Chapter 33 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 33. The battle fares like to the morning's war, when dying clouds contend with growing light. Shakespeare. Thine is th' adventure, thine the victory, well as thy fortune turned the die for thee. Dryden. Sir Osborne immediately turned into the forest, and rousing his companions, called them to horse. But, however, though confessedly the hero of our story, we must leave him for a little time, and follow the traveller we have just left upon the road. For a considerable way he rode on musing, and if one might judge from his countenance, his meditations were somewhat bitter, such as might become the bosom of a king on finding the treachery of the world, the hollowness of friendship, the impossibility of securing affection, or any other of the cold lessons which the world will sometimes teach the children of prosperity. At length he paused, and, looking to the declining sun, saw the necessity of hastening his progress, whereupon, setting spurs to his horse, he galloped along the road without much heeding in what direction it led him, till, coming to one of those openings called carrefours by the French, where a great many roads met, he stopped to consider his farther route. In the midst, it is true, stood a tall post, which doubtless in days of yore pointed out to the inquisitive eye the exact destination to which each of the several paths tended. But old Time, who will be fingering everything that is nice and good, from the loveliest feature of living beauty to the grandest monument of ancient art, had not spared even so contemptible a thing as the finger-post, but, like a great mischievous baby, had scratched out the letters with his pocket-knife, leaving no trace of their purport visible. The traveller rode round it in vain, then paused and listened, as if to catch the sound of the distant hunt. But all was now silent. As a last resource, he raised his hunting horn to his lips, and blew a long and repeated call. But all was hushed and still. Even babbling echo, in pure despite, answered not a word. He blew again, and had the same success. There was an ominous sort of quietness in the air, which, joined with the sultriness of the evening, the expecting taciturnity of the birds, and some dark heavy clouds that were beginning to roll in lurid masses over the trees, gave notice of an approaching storm. Some road he must choose, and calculating as nearly as he could by the position of the sun, he made his election, and spurred along it with all speed. A dropping sound amongst the green leaves, however, soon showed that the storm was begun, and once having commenced, it was not slow in following up its first attack. The rain came down in torrents, so as to render the whole scene misty, and the lightning, followed by its instant peal of thunder, flickered on every side with flash after flash, dazzling the traveller's sight, and scaring his horse by gleaming across his path, while the inky clouds overhead almost deprived them of other light. In vain he every now and then sought some place of shelter, where the trees seemed thickest. The verdant canopy of the leaves, though impervious to the summer sun, and a good defence against a passing shower, were incapable of resisting a storm like that, and wherever he turned, the rain poured through in torrents, and wet him to the skin. Galloping on then, in despair of finding any sufficient covering, he proceeded for nearly half an hour along the forest road, before it opened into the country, and where it did so, instead of finding any nice village to give him rest, and shelter, and food, and fire, the horseman could distinguish nothing but a wide bare expanse of country, looking dismal and desolate in the midst of the grey deluge that was falling from the sky. About 7 or 8 miles farther on, he could, indeed, see faintly through the rain the spire of some little church, giving the only sign of human habitation, except where, to the left, in the midst of the heath that there bordered the forest, he perceived the miserable little hut of a charcoal burner, with a multitude of black hillocks before the door, and a large shed for piling up what was already prepared. To this, then, as the nearest place of shelter, the stranger took his way, very different in appearance from what he had been in the morning. His rich dress soaked and soiled, his velvet hat out of all shape or form, his high plume draggled and thin, with all the feather adhering closely to the pen, and, in short, though still bearing the inalienable look of a gentleman, yet in as complete disarray of apparel as the very worst wetting can produce. Without ceremony he rode up to the door, sprang off his horse, and entered the cabin, wherein appeared a good woman of about 40, busily piling up with fresh fuel a fire of dry boughs, over which hung a large pot of soup for the evening meal. The traveller's tale was soon told, and the dame readily promised him shelter and food, in the name of her husband, who was absent, carrying charcoal to the distant village. And seeing that the storm was likely to last all night, he tied his horse under the shed, placed himself by the side of the fire, aided the good woman to raise it into a blaze, and frankly prepared to make himself as comfortable as circumstances would permit. Well pleased with his easy good humour, the good dame soon grew familiar, gave him a spoon to skim the pot, while she fetched more wood, and bade him make himself at home. In a short time, the husband himself returned, as dripping as the traveller had been, and willingly confirmed all that his wife had promised. Only casting himself without ceremony into the chair where the stranger had been sitting, and which, by the way, was the only chair in the place, all the rest of the seats being joint stools, he addressed him familiarly, saying, "I take this place by the fire, my good gentleman, because it is the place where I always sit, and this chair because it is mine, and you know the old proverb, by right and by reason, whatever betide, a man should be master by his own fireside." "Faith, you are in the right," cried the traveller, laughing, "so I will content myself with this settle. But let us have something for supper, for, on the word of a knight, my ride has taught me hunger." "Give us a soup, dame," cried the charcoal burner. "Well I wot, sir traveller, that you might be treated like a prince, here on the edge of the wood, did not those vile forest laws prevent a poor man from spearing a boar as well as a rich one. In truth, the king is to blame to let such laws last." "Faith, and that is true," cried the traveller, "and heartily to blame too, if his laws stand between me and a good supper. Now would I give a link of this gold chain for a good steak of wild boar pork upon those clear ashes." The cottager looked at his wife, and the cottager's wife looked at her husband, very like two people undecided what to do. "Fie now!" cried the stranger. "Fie, good dame! I will wager a gold piece against a cup of cold water, that if I look in that coffer, I shall find wherewithal to mend our supper." "Ha, ha, ha!" roared the charcoal burner. "Thou hast hit it. Faith, thou hast hit it. There it is, my buck, sure enough. Bring it forth, dame, and give us some steaks. But mind," he continued, laying his finger on his lip, with a significant wink, "mind, mum's the word. Never farewell and cry roast beef." "Oh, I am as close as a mouse," replied the stranger in the same strain. "Never fear me. Many a stout stag have I overthrown in the king's forests, without asking your leave, or by your leave of any man." "Ha, ha, ha!" cried the cottager. "Thou'rt a brave one. Come, let us be merry while the thunder rolls without. It will strike the king's palace sooner than my cottage, though we are eating wild boar therein." In such sort of wit passed the evening till nightfall, and the storm still continuing in its full glory, the traveller was fain to content himself with such lodging as the cottage afforded for the night. Though his dress bespoke a rank far higher than their own, neither the cottager nor his wife seemed at all awestruck or abashed, but quietly examined the gold lacing of his clothes, declared it was very fine, and seemed to look upon him more as a child does upon a gilded toy than in any other light. When night was come, the good dame strewed out one corner of the hut with a little straw, piled it high with dry leaves, and the stranger, rolling up his cloak for a pillow, laid it under his head, stretched himself on the rude bed thus prepared, and soon fell into a profound sleep. Taking advantage of his nap, we will now return to Sir Osborne, who with all speed roused his companions from their slumbers, and bade them mount and follow. With military alacrity, Longpole was on his horse in a moment, and ready to set out. But, for his part, the young Hainaulter yawned and stretched, and, somewhat bewildered, looked as if he would fain have asked whither the knight was going to lead him. A word, however, from Longpole hurried his motions, and both were soon upon the track of Sir Osborne, who was already some way on the little bridle path by which they had arrived at the grassy mound where they had been sleeping. When he reached the road they had formerly left, he paused and waited their coming up. "Now, Longpole," cried he, "give me your judgment. Does this road lead to any crossing or not? Quick, for we must not waste a moment." "Most certainly it does, my lord," replied the shield-bearer; "most probably to the spot where they all meet in the heart of the wood." "Perhaps he may tell us with more certainty," said the knight; and changing his language to French, for the ear of the young Hainaulter, he asked the same question. "Oh, yes, certainly," replied Frederick. "It leads to the great carrefour. I have hunted here 100 times." "Then are we on French ground or Flemish?" demanded the knight. "The French claim it," replied the youth, "but we used to hunt here in their despite." "Quick, then, let us on," cried Sir Osborne, "and keep all your eyes on the road before, to see if any one crosses it." "He has something in his head, I'll warrant," said Longpole to their new companion, as they galloped after Sir Osborne. "Oh, our lord knows the trade of war, and will snuff you out an enemy, without ever seeing him, better than a beagle dog with bandy legs and a yellow spot over his eyes." "Halt!" cried the knight, suddenly reining in his horse as they came within sight of the carrefour we have already mentioned. "Longpole, keep close under that tree. Frederick, here by my side. Back him into the wood, my good youth. That will do. Let every one keep his eyes upon the crossing, and when you see a horseman pass, mark which road he takes. How dark the sky is growing! Hark! Is that not a horse's feet?" They had not remained many minutes when the cavalier we have spoken of earlier at the carrefour examined in vain the finger-post, sounded his horn once or twice, as we have described, and then again took his way to the left. "Whither does that road lead?" demanded the knight, addressing the young Hainaulter. "It opens out on the great heath between the forest and Lillers, my lord," answered Frederick. "Is there any village, or castle, or house near?" asked Sir Osborne quickly. "None, none," replied Frederick. "It is as bare as my hand. Perhaps a charbonnier's cottage or so," he added, correcting himself. "Let us on, then," replied the knight. "We are going to have a storm, but we must not mind that." And putting his horse into a quick pace, he led his followers upon the track of the traveller, taking care never to lose sight of him entirely, and yet contriving to conceal himself whenever any turn of the road might have exposed him to the view of the person he pursued. The rain poured upon his head, the lightning flashed upon his path, but still the knight followed on without a moment's pause, till he had seen the traveller take refuge in the cottage of the charcoal burner. Then, and not until then, he paused, spurred his horse through some thick bushes on the edge of the wood, and obtained as much shelter as the high beeches of the forest could afford. Nor did he pause at the first or the thickest trees he came to, but took particular pains to select a spot where, though concealed by a high screen of underwood, they could yet distinguish clearly the door of the hut through the various breaks in the branches. Here, having dismounted with his followers, he stationed Frederick at a small opening to watch the cottage, while he and Longpole carefully provided for the security and refreshment of the horses, as far as circumstances would admit, although the long forest grass was the only food that could be procured for them, and the storm still continued pouring through the very thickest parts of the wood. To obviate this, the knight and his shield-bearer plied the underwood behind them with their swords, and soon obtained a sufficient supply of leafy branches to interweave with the lower boughs of the trees overhead, and thus to secure themselves against the rain. While thus employed, Frederick gave notice, as he had been commanded, that someone approached the cottage, which proved to be the charbonnier himself, returning with his mule, and after his arrival their watch remained undisturbed by the coming of any visitor till nightfall. As soon as it was dark, Sir Osborne allotted to his followers and to himself the portion of the night that each was to watch, taking for his own period the first 4 hours, after which Longpole's turn succeeded, and lastly, towards morning, came the young Hainaulter's. With his eye fixed upon the light in the cottage, and his ear eager for every sound, Sir Osborne passed the time till the flame gradually died away, and, flashing more and more faintly, at last sank entirely. However, the dark outline of the hut was still to be seen, and the ear had now more power, for the storm had gradually passed away, and the only sounds that it had left were the thunder rolling faintly round the far limits of the horizon, and the dropping of the water from the leaves and branches of the forest. Towards midnight Sir Osborne roused Longpole, and recommending him to watch carefully, he threw himself down by the young Hainaulter and was soon asleep. Somewhat tired with the fatigues of the day, the knight slept soundly, and did not wake till Frederick, who had replaced Longpole on the watch, shook him by the arm, and starting up he found that it was day. "Hist, hist, my lord!" cried the youth. "Here are Shoenvelt and his party." Sir Osborne looked through the branches in the direction the young man pointed, and clearly distinguished a party of 7 spearmen, slowly moving along the side of the forest, at about 500 yards distance from the spot where they lay. "It is Shoenvelt's height and form," said the knight, measuring the leader with his eye, "and that looks like Wilston by his side. But how are you sure?" "Because I know the arms of both," replied Frederick. "See, they are going to hide in the wood, close by the high road from Lille to Ayr." As he spoke, the body of horsemen stopped, and one after another disappeared in the wood, convincing Sir Osborne that the young Hainaulter was right. "Then nerve your arm and grasp your lance, Frederick," said the knight with a smile; "for if you do well, even this very day you may win your golden spurs. Wake Longpole there. We must all be prepared." The youth's eyes gleamed with delight, and snatching up his casque, he shook Longpole roughly, and ran to tighten his horse's girths, while Sir Osborne explained to the yeoman that they were upon the eve of an encounter. "Odds life!" cried Longpole, "I'm glad to hear it, my lord. I find it vastly cold sleeping in a steel jacket, and shall be glad of a few backstrokes to warm me. You say there are 7 of them. It's an awkward number to divide, but you will take 3, my lord. I will do my best for 2 1/2, and then there will be 1 1/2 for Master Frederick here. We could not leave the poor youth less, in honesty, for I dare say he is as ready for such a breakfast as we are." The bustle of preparation now succeeded for a moment or two, and when all was ready, and the whole party once more on horseback, the knight led the way to a gap, from whence he could issue out upon the plain without running the risk of entangling his horse in the underwood. Here, stationing himself behind the bushes to the left, he gave orders to Longpole and Frederick not to stir an inch, whatever they saw, till he set the example; and then grasping his lance, he sat like marble, with his eyes fixed upon the cottage. In about a quarter of an hour the door of the hut opened, and the cottager, running to the shed, brought up the traveller's horse. By this time he seemed to have discovered that his guest was of higher rank than he imagined, for when the stranger came forth, he cast himself upon his knees, holding the bridle, and remained in that situation till the other had sprung into the saddle. Dropping some pieces of gold into his host's hand, the traveller now shook his rein, and putting his horse into an easy pace, took his way over the plain, at about 300 yards distance from the forest, proceeding quietly along, totally unconscious of danger. A moment, however, put an end to his security, for he had not passed above 100 yards beyond the spot where the knight was concealed, when a galloping of horse was heard, and Shoenvelt's party, with levelled lances and horses in charge, rushed forth from the wood upon him. In an instant Sir Osborne's visor was down, his spear was in the rest, and his horse in full gallop. "Darnley! Darnley, shouted he, with a voice that made the welkin ring. Darnley to the rescue! Traitor of Shoenvelt, turn to your death! Darnley! Darnley! shouted Longpole, following his lord. Sir George for Darnley! Down with the traitors! The shout was not lost upon either Shoenvelt or the traveller. The one instantly turned, with several of his men, to attack the knight. The other, seeing unexpected aid at hand, fell back towards Darnley, and with admirable skill and courage defended himself, with nothing but his sword, against the lances of the marauders, who, their object being more to take him living than to kill him, lost the advantage which they would have otherwise had by his want of armour. Like a wild beast, raging with hate and fury, Shoenvelt charged towards the knight, his lance quivering in his hand, with the angry force of his grasp. On bore Sir Osborne at full speed towards him, his bridle in his left hand, his shield upon his breast, his lance firmly fixed in the rest, and levelled in such a manner as to avoid its breaking. In a moment they met. Shoenvelt's spear struck Sir Osborne's shield, and aimed firmly and well, partially traversed the iron. But the knight, throwing back his left arm with vast force, snapped the head of the lance in twain. In the meanwhile, his own spear, charged at the marauder's throat with unerring exactness, passed clean through the gorget piece and the upper rim of the corslet, and came bloody out at the back. You might have heard the iron plates and bones crunch as the lance rent its way through. Down went Shoenvelt, horse and man, borne over by the force of the knight's course. Darnley! Darnley! shouted Sir Osborne, casting from him the spear, which he could not disengage from the marauder's neck, and drawing his sword. Darnley! Darnley to the rescue! Now, Wilston, now! And turning, galloped up to where the traveller, with Longpole and Frederick by his side, firmly maintained his ground against the adventurers. Wilston's lance had been shivered by Longpole, and now, with his sword drawn on the other side of the mêlée, he was aiming a desperate blow at the unarmed head of the traveller, who defended himself from a spearman in front. But at that moment the knight charged the adventurer through the midst, overturning all that came in his way, and shouting loud his battle cry, to call his adversary's attention, and divert him from the fatal blow which he was about to strike. The plan succeeded. Wilston heard the sound, and seeing Shoenvelt dead upon the plain, turned furiously on Darnley. Urging their horses between all the others, they met in the midst, and thus seemed to separate the rest of the combatants, who, for a moment or two, looked on inactive, while the swords of the two champions played out each other's heads, and sought out the weaker parts of their harness. Both were strong and active and skilful, and though Sir Osborne was decidedly superior, it was long before the combat appeared to turn in his favour. At length, by a quick movement of his horse, the knight brought himself close to the adventurer's side, and gaining a fair blow, plunged the point of his sword through his corslet into his bosom. At that moment, the combat having been renewed by the rest, one of the marauders struck the knight from behind so violently on the head that it shook him in the saddle, and breaking the fastenings of his helmet, the casque came off and rolled upon the plain. But the blow was too late to save Wilston, who now lay dead under his horse's feet, and Sir Osborne well repaid it by a single backstroke at his new opponent's thigh. By this time only two of the marauders remained on horseback, so well had Longpole, the traveller, and Frederick done their devoir, and these two were not long in putting spurs to their steeds and flying with all speed, leaving the knight and his companions master of the field. Looking round, however, Sir Osborne missed the gallant young Hainaulter, while he saw his horse flying masterless over the plain. "Where is Frederick?" cried the knight, springing to the ground. "By my knighthood, if he be dead, we have bought our victory dear." "Not dead, monsieur, but hurt," said a faint voice near, and turning, he beheld the poor youth fallen to the earth, and leaning on one arm, while with the other he was striving to take off his casque, from the bars of which the blood dripped out fast upon the greensward. Darnley hastened to his aid, and having disencumbered him of his helmet, discovered a bad wound in his throat, which, however, did not appear to him to be mortal, and Longpole, with the stranger, having dismounted and come to his aid, they contrived to staunch the bleeding which was draining away his life. When this was done, the noble traveller turned towards Darnley. "Sir Knight," said he, with the calm, dignified tone of one seldom used to address an equal, "how you came here, or why, I cannot tell, but it seems as if heaven had sent you on purpose to save my life. However that may be, I will say thank of you, and never did a more famous knight wield sword, and therefore, as the best soldiers in Europe may be proud of such a companion, let me beg you to take this collar till I can thank you better." And he cast over the knight's neck the golden chain of the Order of St. Michael, with which he was decorated. "As for you, good squire," he continued, addressing Longpole, "you are worthy of your lord, therefore kneel down." "Faith, your worship," answered the yeoman, "I never knelt to any man in my life, and never will to any but a king, while I'm in this world." "Fie, fie, Heartley!" cried Sir Osborne. "Bend your knee. It is the king, man. Do you not understand? It is King Francis." "Oh, that changes the case," cried Longpole. "I crave your highness's pardon. I did not know your grace." And he bent his knee to the king. Francis drew his sword and laid it on the yeoman's shoulder. Then striking him 3 light blows, he said, "In the name of God, our Lady, and Saint Denis, I dub thee knight. Avance, bon chevalier. Noble or not noble, from this moment I make you such." Longpole rose, and the king turned to the young Hainaulter, who, sitting near and supporting himself by his sword, had looked on with longing eyes. "No one of my gallant defenders must be forgotten," said Francis. "Knighthood, my good youth, will hardly pay your wound." "Oh, yes, yes!" cried Frederick eagerly. "Indeed it will, your highness, more than repay it." "Then be it so," replied the king, knighting him. "However, remember, fair knights, that Francis of France stints not here his gratitude, or you may think him niggard of his thanks. We will have you all go with us, and we will find better means to repay your timely aid. I know not, sir," he continued, turning to Sir Osborne, and resuming the more familiar first person singular, "whether I heard your battle cry aright, and whether I now see the famous Lord Darnley, the Knight of Burgundy, who, in wars now happily ended, often turned the side of battle in favour of the emperor." Sir Osborne bowed his head. "Then, sir," continued Francis, "I will say, that never did monarch receive so much injury or so much benefit from the hand of one noble adversary." End of chapter 33. Chapter 34 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 34. We talk in ladies' chambers, love and news. Cowley. All was bustle and preparation at the court of England, for the 2 most magnificent monarchs of the world were about to contend with each other, not with the strife of arms, nor by a competition of great deeds, but in pomp, in pageant, and in show, in empty glitter and unfruitful display. However that may be, the palace and all its precincts became the Elysium of tailors, embroiderers, and sempstresses. There might be seen many a shadowy form gliding about from apartment to apartment, with smiling looks and extended shears, or armed with ell-wands, more potent than Mercury's road, driving many a poor soul to perdition, and transforming his goodly acres into velvet suits with tags of cloth of gold. The courts of the king's palace of Bridewell rang from morning till night with the neighing of steeds, the clanking of harness, and the sound of the trumpet; and the shops and warehouses of London were nearly emptied of gold, jewels, and brocade. Men and women were all wild to outdo their French equals in splendour and display; and, in short, the mad dog of extravagance seemed to have bitten all the world. In a small room in the palace, not far from the immediate apartments of the queen, sat a very lovely girl, whom the reader has not spoken to for a long time. no other than Lady Katrine Bulmer, who, with a more pensive air than was usual with her, sat deep in the mysteries of bibs and tuckers, chaperons and phrases, mantuas and hanging sleeves, which last had, for the moment, regained their ascendancy in the public taste, and were now ornamented with more extraordinary trimmings than ever. By her side sat two women, Geraldine and Bridget, whose fingers were going with the rapidity of lightning, quickened into excessive haste by the approaching removal of the court to Calais, which was to take place in the short space of 1 week, while their mistresses' dresses were not half finished, and their own not begun. What it was that occupied Lady Katrine's thoughts and made her gay face look grave, is nothing to anyone. Perhaps it might be that she had not as many dresses as Lady Winifred Stanton. Perhaps she had seen a jewel that she could not afford to buy. Perhaps Higglemeasure, the merchant, had brought her a brocade that the Queen would not let her wear. Perhaps she was vexed at not having seen Lord Derby for 8 days, the last time having been on the same morning that Sir Osborne Maurice had been driven from the court. Perhaps she was angry with herself for having parted from him with an affectation of indifference which she did not feel. Well aware that, now Wolsey had returned, the pleasure of seeing her lover almost daily must cease, and that stiff and formal interviews in presence of the whole court, or a few brief sentences at a masque or pageant, were all they could hope to attain, Lady Katrine did indeed repent that she had suffered her own caprices to mingle any bitter in the few happy hours that fate had sent her. Though she had some vanity too, she had not enough to prevent her seeing and regretting that she had been in fault, and she made those resolutions of amendment which a light spirit often forms every hour, and breaks before the next. And thus sewing and thinking and sewing, and stitching in excellent determinations with every scene as she went along, she resolved in her own mind all the various events that had lately happened at the court. It may well be supposed that the sudden disappearance of Sir Osborne Maurice, at the same time as that of Lady Constance de Grey, had given rise to many strange rumours, none of which, of course, did Lady Katrine believe; and, to do her justice, although perhaps she was not at all sorry that Constance had judged it right to put an end to any further proceedings regarding her marriage with Lord Derby, by removing herself from the court, yet Lady Katrine suffered no one to hint a doubt in her presence regarding her friend's conduct. But that which was much more in Constance's favour was the good word of the Queen herself, who at once silenced scandal by saying that she would take upon herself to assert that Lady Constance de Grey had never dreamed of flying from the court with Sir Osborne Maurice. It was very natural, she observed, that a young heiress of rank and wealth and proud family should take refuge anywhere rather than contract a marriage to which she had always expressed her repugnance, and without meaning offence to the Lord Cardinal, she could not think but that Constance was right. Notwithstanding this, many were the tales that were circulated by the liemongers of the court, and it hurt the really generous heart of Lady Katrine to hear them. Meditating, then, over all these circumstances, nearly in the same desultory way in which they were here written down, she took little notice when one of the servants of the palace called her maid Geraldine out of the room. After a short while, Geraldine came back and called out Bridget, and still Lady Katrine continued to work on. After a moment or two she ceased, and leaning her head on her hand, gave herself up to still deeper thought, when suddenly the door opened and Lord Derby presented himself. Too much taken by surprise to give herself any airs, Lady Katrine looked up with a smile of unaffected delight, and Derby, reading his welcome in her eyes, advanced, and casting his arm round her, imprinted a warm kiss on the full arching lips that smiled too temptingly for human philosophy to resist. Luckily did it happen that he did so within the first minute, for had he waited later, Lady Katrine might not so easily have pardoned his boldness. However, her only remark was, "Well, Derby, you seem to think it so much a matter of course, that I suppose I too must let it pass as such. But don't look so happy, man. lest I should take it into my head to make you look otherwise before you go." "Nay, nay, Katrine," said Lord Darby, "not so, when I come solely for the purpose of asking you to make me happy." The earl spoke seriously, tenderly, and there was so much hope, and affection, and feeling in his glance, that Lady Katrine felt there must be some meaning in his words. "If you love me, Darby," cried she, "tell me what you mean, and make haste, for my maids will be back, and you know you must not stay here." "Yes, I may, Katrine," replied he. "No one but you can now send me away. In a word, dear girl, to put an end to suspense, I have the king's and the cardinal's consent to ask your hand, and the queen's to seek you here. Will you refuse me?" Lady Katrine looked at him for a moment, to be sure, quite sure, that what she heard was true. Then, dropping her head upon his shoulder, she burst into a violent flood of tears. So sudden, so delightful was the change in all her feelings, that she was surprised out of all her reserve, all her coquetry, and could only murmur, "Refuse you? No!" But starting up, at length she cried, "I have a great mind that I will, too. Don't think that I love you. No, I hate you most bitterly for making me cry. You did it on purpose, beyond doubt, and I won't forgive you easily. So, to begin your punishment, go away and leave me directly." "Nay, Katrine, I must disobey," replied the earl, "for I have other news to tell you. Your relation, Lord Orham, is dead." "My relation?" cried Lady Katrine, whose tears were ever dried as soon as shed. "Oh yes, I remember. He was my great-grandfather's 70th cousin by the mother's side. One was descended from Shem, and the other from Japheth, in the time of the flood, or before, for aught I know. Well, what of my antediluvian relative? Oh, he is dead, you say? May he rest with Noah!" "But you must make mourning for him," said Lord Darby, laughing. "Indeed you must." "Certainly," replied Lady Katrine. "A coif and a widow's hood. But I won't be teased, Darby. I will tease everybody, and nobody shall tease me. As to going into mourning for the old miser just now, when all my finery is ready made, to show myself a guine, and captivate all hearts, and make you fight 50 single combats, I won't do it. There, go and ask my singing bird to moult in the month of May, or anything else of the same kind, but don't ask me to leave one single row of lace off my sleeve for the miser. I disown him." "Hush, hush, hush!" cried the earl. "Take care he does not come back and disown you, for otherwise you are his heiress." "I!" exclaimed Lady Katrine. "Am I his heiress? Now, Mistress Fortune, I am your very humble servant. Bless us! How much more important a person Katrine Bulmer will be, with all the heavy coffers of her late dear cousin, than when she was poor Katrine Bulmer, the queen's woman. Darby, I give you notice, I shall not marry you. I could wed a duke now, doubtless. Who shall it be? All the dukes have wives, I do believe. However, there is many a peer richer than you are, and though you do not count cousinship with kings, gold is my passion now, so I will sell myself to him who has the most." Though she spoke in jest, still Lord Darby was mortified. For what he could have borne and laughed at in the poor and fortuneless girl who had captivated his heart, his spirit was too proud to endure when a mercenary motive could be for a moment attributed to him. "Nay, Katrine," said he, "if the fortune that is now yours give you any wish for change, your promises are to me null. I render them back to you from this moment." "Why, they were made under very different circumstances, you must allow, Lord Darby," replied she, assuming a most malicious air of gravity, and delighted at having found, for the first time in her life, the means of putting her lover out of humour. "They were, Lady Katrine," answered the earl, much more deeply hurt than she imagined. "And therefore they are at an end. I have nothing further to do then but to take my leave." "Good-bye, my lord, good-bye," cried she. "Heaven bless and prosper you." And with the utmost tranquillity she watched him approach the door. "Now, shall I let him go or not?" said she. "Oh, woman, woman, you are a great fool! Darby, Darby," she added in a soft voice, "come back to your Katrine." Lord Darby turned back and caught her in his arms. "Dear, teasing girl," cried he, why will you strive to wring a heart that loves you?" "Nay, Darby, if things were rightly stated, it is I who have cause to be offended rather than you," answered the lady. "What right had you, sir, to think that the heart of Katrine Bulmer was so base, so mean, as to be changed by the possession of a few paltry counters? Own that you have done me wrong this instant, or I will never forgive you. Down upon your knee, a kneeling confession, or you are condemned beyond hope of grace." Lord Darby was fain to obey his gay lady's behest, and bending his knee, he freely confessed himself guilty of all the crimes she thought proper to charge him withal. In the midst of which, however, he was interrupted by the entrance of an attendant sent by the queen to call Lady Katrine to her presence. The lady laughed and blushed at being found with Lord Darby at her feet, and the earl, not particularly well pleased at the interruption, turned to the usher, saying, with a sort of nonchalant air which he often assumed, "Well, sir, before you go, tell the lady when it was you last found me on my knees to any of the fair dames of the court." "Never, my lord, so please you, that I know of," answered the man, somewhat surprised. "Well, then," rejoined Darby, "next time knock at the door, for fear you should, in which case you might chance to be thrown downstairs by the collar." "Hush, hush, Darby!" cried Lady Katrine. "I must go to her highness. Doubtless we shall not meet again for a long while, so fare you well." And tripping away after the usher, without other adieu, she left her lover to console himself in her absence as best he might. On entering the queen's apartment, she found her royal mistress alone with the king, and, according to the etiquette of the day, was drawing back instantly, when Katherine called her forward. "Come hither, my wild namesake," said the queen. "His grace the king wishes to speak with you. Come near and answer him all his questions." Lady Katrine advanced, and kneeling on a velvet cushion at Henry's feet, prepared to reply to whatever he might ask, with as much propriety as she could command, although the glad news of the morning had raised her spirits to a pitch of uncontrollable joyousness, which even the presence of the imperious monarch himself could hardly keep within bounds. "Well, my merry mistress," said the king, seeing in her laughing eyes the ebullition of her heart's gladness, "it seems that you do not pine yourself to death for the loss of Sir Osborne Maurice." "I deeply regret, your grace," said Lady Katrine, turning grave for a moment, "most deeply, that Sir Osborne Maurice should have incurred your royal displeasure, for he seemed to me as perfect a knight and as noble a gentleman as I ever saw; but in no other respect do I regret his absence." "Well, we have tried to supply his place with one you may like better," said Henry. "Have you seen the Earl of Derby, What think you of the exchange, pretty one?" "I thank your grace's bounty," said the gay girl. "I have seen his lordship, and looked at him well, and though he be neither so handsome as Narcissus, nor so wise as Solon, he may do well enough for such a giddy thing as I am. Saving your grace's presence, one does not look for perfection in a husband. One might as well hope to find a pippin without a spot." "Thou art a malapert chit, Kate," said the queen, laughing. "Sure I am, if your royal lord was not right gentle in his nature, he would be angry with your wild chattering." "Nay, let her run on," said the king. "A tongue like hers has no guile. If you are contented, sweetheart," he added, addressing Lady Katrine, "that is enough." "Oh, yes, quite contented, your grace," answered she. "I have not had a new plaything for so long, that a husband is quite a treat. I suppose he must be sent to the manège first, like the jennet your highness gave me, to learn his places." "If he were as untamed as you are, mistress," answered the king, "he might need it. But to another subject, fair one. You were with Sir Osborne Maurice and his party when he encountered the rioters near Rochester. Some sad treasons are but too surely proved against that luckless young man, yet I would fain believe that his misconduct went not to the extent which was at first reported, especially as the accusation was made by that most ruffianly traitor, Sir Payan Wileton, whom the keen eye of my zealous Wolsey has discovered to be stained with many crimes too black for words to paint. Now, amongst other things, it was urged that this Sir Osborne was in league with those Rochester mutineers, the greatest proof of which was their letting him quietly pass with so small a party, when they boldly attacked the company of Lord Thomas Howard with 10 times the force. Lady Katrine could hardly wait till the king had ceased. "This shows," cried she at length, "how the keenest wisdom and the noblest heart may be abused by a crafty tale. Sir Osborne knew nothing of the rioters, my lord. He took every way to avoid them, because I, unluckily, having neither father nor brother to protect me, encumbered him by my presence. Otherwise, without doubt, he would have delivered the poor priest they had with them by his lance, and not by fair words. Never believe a word of it, your grace. His shield-bearer, indeed, while the knight drew up his men to defend us to the best of his power, recognised the leader of the tumultuaries as an old fellow-soldier, and craved leave of his lord to go and demand a free passage for us, by which means we escaped. Oh, my lord, as you are famous for your clemency and justice, examine well the whole tale of that Sir Payne Rainsford, and it will be found false and villainous, as are all the rest of his actions." "You are eloquent, fair lady," said the king with a smile. "We will tell Darby to look to it. But as to Sir Payne Rainsford, his baseness is now known to us, and as we progress down to Dover, we will send a sergeant-at-arms to bring him with us to Calais, where we will, with our council, hear and judge the whole. Then, if he be the man we think him, not only shall he restore to the old Lord Fitzbernard the lordship of Chilham and the stewardship of Dover, but shall stoop his head to the axe without grace or pardon, as I live. But say, know you aught of Lady Constance de Grey, in whose secrets you are supposed to have had a share? Laugh not, pretty one, for by my life it shall go hard with you if you tell not the truth." "Oh, please, your grace, don't have my head cut off," cried Lady Katrine, seeing, notwithstanding the king's threat, that he was in one of his happier moods. "I never told a lie in my life, except one day, when I said I did not love your highness, and that was when you put off the pageant of the Castle Dolorous till after Pentecost, and I wanted it directly. But on my word, as I hope to be married in a year, and a widow in God's good time, I know no more of where Constance de Grey is, or whither she went, or when, or how, than the child unborn." "Did she ever speak to you thereof, my saucy mistress?" demanded Henry. "You consorted with her much. 'Twere strange if she did not let something fall concerning her purposes, and she a woman too." "I wish I had a secret," said Lady Katrine, half apart, half aloud, "just to show how a woman can keep counsel, if it were but in spite. Good your grace," she continued, "you do not think that Constance would trust her private thoughts to such a light-headed thing as I am. But to set your highness's mind at ease, I vow and protest, by the love and duty I bear to you and my royal mistress, by my conscience, which is tender, and by my honour, which is strong, that I know nothing of Lady Constance de Grey, and that even in my very best imaginings I cannot divine whither she is gone." "Your highness may believe her," said the queen. "Wild as she is, she would not stain her lips with the touch of falsehood, I am sure. Get ye gone, Kate, and hasten your sempstresses, for we shall set out a day before it was intended. And mind you plume up your brightest feathers, for we must outdo the Frenchwomen." "Oh, good your grace, I shall never be ready in time," replied the young lady. "Besides, they tell me I must put on mourning for my 50th cousin by the side of Adam, old Lord Orham, the miser. If I do, it shall be gold crape trimmed with cobwebs, I declare, and so I humbly take my leave of both your graces." Thus saying, she rose from the cushion, dropped a low curtsy to the king and queen, and tripped away to her own apartments. Common bustle and ordinary preparation may be easily imagined. All can, without difficulty, figure to themselves the turmoil preparatory to a ball where there are 6 daughters to marry, with much blood and very little money. The lady mother scolding the housekeeper in her room, and the housekeeper scolding all the servants in hers. A reasonable number of upholsterers, decorators, floor chalkers, confectioners, milliners, much talking to very little purpose, scheming, drilling, and dressing, agitation on the part of the young ladies, and calculation on the part of their mamma; and at the end of a few weeks the matter is done and over, but no mind, however vast may be its powers of conceiving a bustle, can imagine anything like the court of Westminster for the 3 days prior to the king's departure for Canterbury. So continual were the demands upon every kind of artisan, that the impossibility of executing them threw several into despair. One tailor, who is reported to have undertaken to furnish 50 embroidered suits in 3 days, on beholding the mountain of gold and velvet that cumbered his shop-board, saw, like Brutus, the impossibility of victory, and, with Roman fortitude, fell on his own shears. 3 armourers are said to have been completely melted with the heat of their furnaces, and an unfortunate goldsmith swallowed molten silver to escape the persecutions of the day. The road from London to Canterbury was covered during 1 whole week with carts and waggons, mules, horses, and soldiers; and so great was the confusion that marshals were at length stationed to keep the whole in order, which of course increased the said confusion 100-fold. So many were the ships passing between Dover and Calais, that the historians affirm they jostled each other on the sea, like a herd of great black porkers; and it is known as a fact that the number of persons collected in the good town of Calais was more than it could lodge, so that not only the city itself, but all the villages round about, were full to overflowing. At length the king set out, accompanied by an immense train, and left London comparatively a desert; while, as he went from station to station, he seemed like a shepherd driving all the better classes of the country before him, and leaving not a single straggler behind. His farther progress, however, was stayed for a time at Canterbury by the news that the Emperor Charles, his wife's nephew, was on the sea before Dover, furnished with the excuse of relationship for visiting the English king, though in reality conducted thither solely by the wish to break the good understanding of the English and French monarchs, or rather to ensure that no treaty contrary to his interest should be negotiated at the approaching meeting. With that we have nothing to do, and it is a maxim which a historian should always follow, never to mind anybody's business but his own. We shall therefore only say that the king and Wolsey, occupied with the reception of the emperor, and his entertainment during the short time he stayed, forgot entirely Sir Payan Wileton till they reached Dover, when some one happening to call it a chilly morning, put Chilham Castle in Wolsey's head, for on such little pivots turn all the wheels of the world; and immediately a sergeant-at-arms, with a body of horse archers, was sent to arrest the worthy knight and bring him to Calais, for which port the king and the whole court embarked immediately, and, with a fair wind and fine sky, arrived in safety towards the evening. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 35. With clouds and storms around thee thrown, tempest on tempest rolled. Thomson. Passing over all the consultations that took place between the Prioress of Richborough, Dr. Wilbraham, and Lady Constance de Grey, regarding the means of crossing the sea to France with greater security, although manifold were the important considerations therein discussed, we shall merely arrive at the conclusion to which they came at length, and which was ultimately determined by the voice of the prioress. This was, that for several days Lady Constance and Mistress Margaret should remain at the convent as nuns, paying a very respectable sum for their board and lodging, while Dr. Wilbraham was to take up his abode at a cottage hard by. By this means, the superior said, they would avoid any search which the cardinal might have instituted to discover them in the vessels of passage between France and England, and at the end of a week they would easily find some foreign ship which would carry them over to Boulogne. Such a one she undertook to procure by means of a fisherman who supplied the convent, and who, as she boasted, knew every ship that sailed through the Channel, from the biggest man of war to the meanest carvel. We shall now leave in silence also the time which Lady Constance passed in the convent. Vonderbrugius, who, as the sagacious reader has doubtless observed, had a most extraordinary partiality for detailing little particulars, and incidents that are of no manner of consequence, here occupies 16 pages with a correct and minute account of every individual day, telling how many masses the nuns sang, how often they fasted in the week, and how often they ate meat, and, not content with relating all that concerned Lady Constance, he indulges in some very illiberal insinuations in regard to the prioress, more than hinting that she loved her bottle and had a pet confessor. Maintaining, however, our grave silence upon this subject, as not only irrelevant but ungentlemanlike, we shall merely say that the days passed tranquilly enough with Lady Constance, although, like the timid creatures of the forest, whom the continual tyranny of the strong over the inoffensive has taught to start even at a sound, she would tremble at every little circumstance which for a moment interrupted the dull calm of the convent solitude. A week passed in this manner, and yet the prioress declared her old fisherman had heard of no vessel that could forward Constance on her journey, though the young lady became uneasy at the delay, and pressed her much to make all necessary inquiries. At length, happening one morning to express her uneasiness to Mistress Margaret, the shrewd waiting-woman, who, with an instinctive sagacity inherent in chambermaids, knew 1,000 times more of the world than either her mistress or Dr. Wilbraham, at once solved the mystery by saying, "Lord love you, lady, there will never be a single ship in the Channel that you will hear of, so long as you pay a gold mark a day to the prioress while we stay." "I would rather give her 100 marks to let me go," replied Constance, "than a single mark to keep me. But what is to be done, Margaret?" "Oh, if you will let me but promise 50 marks, lady," replied the maid, "I will warrant that we are in France in 3 days." Lady Constance willingly gave her all manner of leave and licence, and accordingly that very night Mistress Margaret told the chamberer, under the most solemn vows of secrecy, that her lady intended to give the prioress, as a gift to the convent, 50 golden marks on the day that she took ship. "But," said the abigail, "it cost the poor lady so much, what with paying the chaplain's keep in the cottage, and my wage money, which you know I must have, that her purse is running low, and I fear me she will not be able to do as much for the house as she intends. But mind, you promised to tell no one." "As I hope for salvation, it shall never pass my lips," replied the chamberer, and away she ran to the refectory, where she bound the refectory woman by a most tremendous vow not to reveal the tidings she was about to communicate. The refectory woman vowed with a great deal of facility, and the moment the chamberer was gone, she carried in a jelly to the prioress, where, with a low curtsy and an important whisper, she communicated to the superior the important news. Thereupon the prioress was instantly smitten with a violent degree of anxiety about Lady Constance's escape, and sending down to the fisherman, she commanded him instantly to find a ship going to France. To which the fisherman replied that he knew of no ship going exactly to France, but that there was one lying off the sands, which would doubtless take the lady over for a few broad pieces. Thus were the preliminaries for Constance's escape brought about in a very short space of time, and the fisherman having arranged with the captain that he was to take the lady, the chaplain, and waiting-maid to Boulogne for 10 George nobles, early the next morning Lady Constance took leave of the prioress, made her the stipulated present, and, accompanied by the good Dr. Wilbraham and her woman, followed the fisherman to the sands, where his boat waited to convey them to a vessel that lay about a mile from the shore. The sea was calm and tranquil, but to Constance, who had little of a heroine in her nature, it seemed very rough, and every time the boat rose over a wave, she fancied that it must inevitably pitch under the one that followed. However, their passage to the ship was soon over, and as she looked at the high black sides of the vessel, the lady found a greater degree of security in its aspect, imagining it better calculated to battle with the wild waves than the flimsy little bark that had borne her thither. The ship, the fisherman had informed her, was a foreign merchantman, and as she came alongside, 1,000 strange tongues, gabbling all manner of languages, met her ear. It was a floating tower of Babel. In the midst of the confusion and bustle which occurred in getting herself and her companions upon the deck, she saw that one of the sailors attempted to spring from the ship into the boat, but was restrained by those about him, who unceremoniously beat him back with marline spikes and ropes' ends, and for the time she beheld no more of him, though she thought she heard someone uttering invectives and complaints in the English language. For the first few moments after she was on deck, what with the giddiness occasioned by her passage in the boat, and the agitation of getting on board, she could remark nothing that was passing around her, but the moment she had sufficiently recovered to regard the objects by which she was surrounded, a new cause of apprehension presented itself, for close by her side, evidently as commander of the vessel, stood no less distinguished a person than the Portingal captain, of whom honourable mention is made in the first portion of this sage history, and whose proboscis was not easily to be forgot. It was now too late, however, to recede, and her only resource was to draw down her nun's veil, hoping thus to escape being recognised. For some time she had reason to believe that the disguise she had assumed would be effectual with the Portingal, who, as we may remember, had seen her but once; for, occupied in giving orders for weighing anchor and making sail, he took no notice whatever of his fair passenger, and seemed totally to have forgotten her person. But this was not the case. His attention had been first awakened to Lady Constance herself by the sight of Dr. Wilbraham, whose face he instantly remembered, and a slight glance convinced him that the young nun was the bright lady he had seen in Sir Payan's halls. Though there were few of the pleasant little passions which make a man a devil that the worthy Portingal did not possess to repletion, it sometimes happened that one battled against the other, and foiled it in its efforts, but being withal somewhat of a philosopher, after a certain fashion, it was a part of his internal policy, on which he prided himself, to find means of gratifying each of the contending propensities when it was possible, and when it was not possible, to satisfy the strongest with as little offence to the others as might be. In the present instance, he had several important points to consider. Though he felt strongly inclined to carry Lady Constance with him on a voyage which he was about to make to the East Indies, yet there might be danger in the business if the young lady had really taken the veil. Not only danger in case of his vessel being searched by any cruiser he might encounter, but even danger from his own lawless crew, who, though tolerably free from prejudices, still retained a certain superstitious respect for the Church of Rome, and for the things it had rendered sacred, which the worthy captain had never been able to do away with. This consideration would have deterred him from any evil attempt upon the fair girl, whom he otherwise seemed to hold completely in his power, had it not been for the additional incentive of the 2 large leathern bags, which had been committed into his charge at the same time with the young lady, and which, by the relation of their size to their weight, he conceived must contain a prize of some value. Determined by this, he gave orders for making all sail down the channel, and the ship being fairly under way, he could no longer resist the temptation which the opportunity presented of courting the good graces of his fair passenger. Approaching then, with an air of what he conceived mingled dignity and sweetness, his head swinging backwards and forwards on the end of his long neck, and his infinite nose protruded like a pointer's when he falls upon the game. "Ah, my very pretty gal," cried he, "you see you be obliged to have recourse to me at last." "My good friend," said Dr. Wilbraham, struggling with the demon of seasickness, which had grasped him by the stomach and was almost squeezing his soul out, "you had better let the lady alone, for she is so sick that she cannot attend to you, though doubtless you mean to be civil in your way." "You go to the devil, Master Chaplain," replied the captain,
and preach to him, imps. I say, my very pretty mistress, suppose you were to pull up this dirty black veil and show your charming face." And he drew aside the young lady's veil in spite of her efforts to hold it down. At the helm, not far from where the young lady sat, stood a sturdy seaman, who, by his clear blue eye, fresh weather-beaten countenance, and bluff unshrinking look, one might easily have marked out as an English sailor. Leaning on the tiller by which he was steering the vessel on her course, he had marked his worthy captain's conduct with a sort of contemplative frown, but when, stooping down, the Portingallo tore away Lady Constance's veil, and amused himself by staring in her face, the honest sailor stretched out his foot and touched him on a protuberant part of his person which presented itself behind. The captain, turning sharply round, eyed him like a demon, but the Englishman stood his glance with a look of steady, nonchalant resolution, that it was not easy to put down. "I say, Portingallo," said he, "do you want me to heave you overboard?" "You heave me overboard, you mutinous thief," cried the captain. "I'll have you strung up to the yard arm, you vaggle-boned, I will." "You'll drown a little first, by the nose of the Tinker of Ashford," replied the other. "But hark you, Portingallo, let the young lady nun alone, or, as I said before, by the nose of the Tinker of Ashford, I'll heave you overboard, and then I'll make the crew a ration, and tell them what a good service I've done 'em. And I'll lay down the matter in 3 heads. First, as you were a rascal; second, as you were a villain; and third, as you were a blackguard. Then I will show how first you did wrong to a passenger, second how you did wrong to a lady, and third how you did wrong to a nun. For the first you deserve to be flogged, for the second you deserve to be kicked, and for the third you are devilish likely to be hanged, with time and God's blessing." For a moment or two the Portingallo was somewhat confounded by the eloquence of the Englishman, who was in fact no other than Timothy Bradford, the chief of the Rochester rioters. Recovering himself speedily, however, he retaliated pretty warmly, yet did not dare to come to extremities with his rebellious steersman, as Bradford, having taken refuge in his vessel, with 4 or 5 of his principal associates, commanded too strong a party on board to permit very strict discipline. It was a general rule of the amiable captain never to receive 2 men that, to his knowledge, had ever seen one another before. But several severe losses in his crew had, in the present instance, driven him into an error, which he now felt bitterly, not being half so much master of his own wickedness as he used to be before. Nevertheless, he did not fail to express his opinion of the helmsman's high qualities in no very measured terms, threatening a great deal more than he dared perform, of which both parties were well aware. "Come, come, Portingallo," cried the helmsman, "you know very well what is right as well as another, and I say you shan't molest the lady. Another thing, master, you treat that poor lubberly Jekin like a brute, and I'll not see it done, so look to it. But I'll tell you what, captain, let us mind what we are about. These dark clouds that are gathering there to leeward, and coming up against the wind, mean something. Better take in sail." The effect of this conversation was to free Constance from the persecution of the captain, and turning her eyes in the direction to which the sailor pointed, she saw, rolling up in the very face of the wind, some heavy leaden clouds, tipped with a lurid reddish hue wherever they were touched by the sun. Above their heads and to windward, the sky was clear and bright, obscured by nothing but an occasional light cloud that flitted quickly over the heaven, drawing after it a soft shadow that passed like an arrow over the gay waves, which all around were dancing joyously in the sunshine. By this time the English coast was becoming fainter and more faint, the long line of cliffs and headlands massing together, covered with an airy and indistinct light, while the shores of France seemed growing out of the waters, with heavy piles of clouds towering above them, and seeming to advance, with menacing mien, towards the rocks of England. Still, though the eye might mark them rolling over one another in vast dense volumes, looking fit receptacles for the thunder and the storm, the clouds seemed to make but little progress, contending with the opposing wind, while mass after mass, accumulating from beyond, appeared to bring up new force to the dark front of the tempest. Still the ship sped on, and, the wind being full in her favour, made great way through the water, so that it was likely they would reach Boulogne before the storm began, and the captain, now obliged to abandon any evil purpose he might have conceived towards Lady Constance, steered towards the shore of France to get rid of her as soon as possible. From time to time every eye on board was turned towards the lowering brow of heaven, and then always dropped to the French coast, to ascertain how near was the tempest and how far the haven, and Constance, not sufficiently sick to be heedless of danger, ceased not to watch the approaching clouds and the growing shore with alternate hope and fear. Gradually the hills towards Boulogne, the cliffs and the sands, with dark lines of tower, and wall, and citadel, and steeple, began to grow more and more distinct, and the Portingal was making a tack to run into the harbour, when the vane at the masthead began to quiver, and in a moment after turned suddenly round. Cries and confusion of every sort succeeded. One of the sails was completely rent to pieces, and the ship received such a sudden shock that Constance was cast from her seat upon the deck, and poor Dr. Wilbraham rolled over and almost pitched out at the other side. Soon, however, the yards were braced round, the vessel was put upon another tack, and from a few words that passed between the captain and the steersman, Constance gathered that as they could not get into Boulogne, they were about to run for Whitesand Haven at the nearest port. "Go down below, lady, go down below and tell your beads," cried the steersman, as he saw Constance sitting and holding herself up by the binnacle. "Here, Jeekie, help her down." "Lord a mercy, we shall all be drowned, I am sure we shall," cried our old friend Jekin Groby, coming forward, transformed into the likeness of a bastard sailor, his new profession sitting upon him with inconceivable awkwardness, and the Kentish clothier shining forth in every movement of his inexpert limbs. "Lord a mercy upon us! We shall all be drowned, as sure as possible. Mistress Nun, let me help you down below. It's more comfortable to be drowned downstairs, they say. There's a flash of lightning, I declare. Mercy upon us! We shall all go to the bottom. This is the worst storm I've seen since that Portingallo vagabond kidnapped me, by the help of the devil and Sir Payan Walton. Let me help you down below, Mistress Nun. Lord bless you, it's no trouble. I'm going down myself." Constance, however, preferred staying upon deck, where she could watch the progress of their fate, to remaining below in a state of uncertainty, and consequently resisted the honest persuasions of good Jekin Groby, who, finding her immovable, slipped quietly below unobserved, and hid himself in an empty hammock, courageously making up his mind to be drowned, if he could but be drowned asleep. In the meantime the storm began to grow more vehement, the wind coming in quick violent gusts, and the clouds spreading far and wide over the face of the sky, with a threatening blackness of hue, and heavy slowness of flight, that menaced their instant descent. As yet no second flash of lightning had succeeded the first, and no drop of rain had fallen, and though the ship laboured violently with the waves, excited into tumult by the sudden change of wind, still running on, she seemed in a fair way of reaching Whitesand in safety. Presently another bright flash blazed through the sky, and seemed to rend it from the horizon to the zenith, while instant upon the red path of its fiery messenger roared forth the voice of the thunder, as if it would annihilate the globe. Another now succeeded, and another, till the ear and the eye were almost deafened by the din and blinded by the light, while slow large drops came dripping from the heavens, like tears wrung by agony from a giant's eyes. Then came a still and death-like pause. The thunder ceased, the wind hushed, and the only sounds that met the ear were the rushing of the waves by the ship's side, and the pattering of each big raindrop as it fell on the deck, while a small sea-bird kept wheeling round the vessel and screaming, as with a sort of fiendish joy, to see it labouring with the angry billows. Soon again, however, did the storm begin with redoubled fury, and the lightnings flashed more vividly than ever, covering all the sky with broad blue sheets of light, while still in the midst of the whole blaze appeared a narrow zigzag line of fire, so bright that it made the rest look pale. Still Constance kept upon the deck, and drawing her hood over her head, strove to fix herself amidst the pitching of the vessel by clinging to the binnacle, which in ships of that day was often supported by a couple of oblique bars. Seeing in a momentary cessation of the storm the eye of the steersman fixed upon her with a look of somewhat like pity, she ventured to ask if they were in much danger. "Danger? Bless you, no, lady," cried the man. "Only a little thunder and lightning, no danger in life. But you had better go below. There's no danger." As he spoke, another bright flash caused Constance to close her eyes, but a tremendous crash, which made itself audible even through the roar of the thunder, as well as a heavy roll of the vessel, gave her notice that the lightning had struck somewhere, and looking up, to her horror she beheld the mainmast shivered almost to atoms by the lightning, and rolled over the ship's side, to which it was still attached by a mass of blazing cordage. "Cut! Cut! Cut!" vociferated the steersman, amidst the unavailing shouts and bustling inactivity of the crew. "Cut, you Portingallo vagabonds! You'll have the ship on fire. The idiots are staring as if they never saw such a thing before. Here, captain, take the helm." "Damn you to hell, take the helm!" And springing forward with the energy to which the danger of the moment seemed to lend additional impulse, he scattered the frightened Portuguese and impassive Dutchmen, who were uncluing ropes and disentangling knots, and catching up a hatchet, soon cut sheer through the thicker rigging, and with a roll the blazing remnants of the mast pitched into the sea, leaving nothing on fire behind but some scattered cordage, which the Englishman and his companions gradually extinguished. In the meanwhile, the mast, still flaming in the water, swung round the ship, and the Portingallo, whose presence of mind did not seem of the very first quality, brought the vessel's head as near the wind as possible, to let it drift astern, and thus, by this lubberly action, bore right upon the shore, carried on imperceptibly by the strong current. At that moment the Englishman raised himself, and looking out ahead, vociferated, "A reef! A reef! Breakers ahead! Down with the helm! Where the devil are you going? Down with the helm, I say!" And rushing forward, he seized the tiller, but too late. Scarcely had he touched it with his hand, when with a tremendous shock the ship struck on the reef, making her very seams open and her masts stagger. "Ho! Down in the hold! Down in the hold! Heave all the ballast aft!" cried Bradford. "Lay those cannon here! Bring her head to wind! Let her take her back, if it will. She may swing off yet." But just then an immense swelling wave heaved the ship up like a cork, and dashed her down again upon the hidden rocks without hope or resource. Everyone caught at what was next him for support, for the jar was so great that it was hardly possible for even the sailors to keep upon their feet. But the next minute the ship became more steady, and a harsh grating sound succeeded, as if the hard angles of the rock were tearing the bottom of the ship to pieces. Everyone now occupied himself in a different way. Bradford sat quietly down by the tiller, which he abandoned to its own guidance, while the Portingal ran whispering among his countrymen, who as speedily and silently as possible got the boat to the ship's side. In the meanwhile, Dr. Wilbraham crept over to Lady Constance, who, turning her meek eyes to heaven, seemed to await her fate with patient resignation. "I need not ask you, my dear child," said the good man, "if you be prepared to go. Have you anything to say to me before we part? Soon, I hope, to meet again where no storms come." "But little," answered Constance, and according to the rite of her church, she whispered all the little faults that memory could supply, accusing herself of many things as sins which few but herself would have held as even errors. When he had heard the lady's confession, the clergyman turned to look for the waiting woman to join her with her mistress in the consolations of religion. But Mistress Margaret, who greatly preferred the present to the future, was no longer there, and looking forward, they saw that the Portuguese and Dutch had got out the boats, and were pouring in fast. But that which most astonished them was to find that the selfish waiting-woman had by some means got the very first place in the long-boat, from which the captain was striving to exclude two of the Englishmen, pushing off from the ship with the boat-hook. The lesser boat, however, was still near, and Dr. Wilbraham looked at Constance with an inquiring glance. But Bradford, who had never stirred from his position, interposed, saying, "Don't go, lady, don't go. Stick to the ship. She can't sink, for the tide is near flood, and we are now aground, and it may be a while before she goes to pieces. Those boats can never live through that surf, so don't go, lady. Take my advice, and I'll manage to save you yet, if I can save myself." Even as he spoke, the two Englishmen made a desperate jump to leap into the lesser boat, which was pulling away after the other. One man fell too short and sank instantly. The other got hold of the gunwale and strove to clamber in, but the boat was already too full, and a sea striking it at the moment, his weight put it out of trim. It shipped a heavy sea, settled for a moment, and sank before their eyes. It was a dreadful sight, and yet so deep, so exciting was the interest, that even after she had seen the whole 10 persons sink, and some rise again, only to be overwhelmed by another wave, Constance could not take her eyes off the other boat, although she expected every moment to see it share the fate of its companion. Still, however, it rode on. The thunder had ceased, the wind was calmer, and the waves seemed less agitated. There was hope that it might reach the shore. At that moment it was hidden for an instant below a wave, rose again, entered the surf, disappeared amidst the foam and spray. Constance looked to see it rise again, but it never was seen more, and in a few minutes she could distinguish a dark figure scramble out from the sea upon the shore, rise, fall again, lie for a moment as if exhausted, and then, once more gaining his feet, ran with all speed out of the way of the coming waves. "Oh dear," cried a dolorous voice from below. "We shall all be drowned for a sure certainty. The waters are coming in like mad." And in a moment after, the head and then the body of honest Jekin Groby protruded itself from the hold, with strong signs and tokens in his large thick eyelids of having just awoke from a profound sleep. "Lord a mercy," continued him, seeing the nearly empty deck, "where are all the folks? Oh, Master Bradford, we are in a bad way. The water has just awoke me out of my sleep. What's the meaning of that thumping? Lord's a mercy, where's the Portingal?" "Drowned," answered Bradford calmly, "and every one of his crew, except Hinchin, the strong swimmer, who has gone to land." "Lord a mercy, only think," cried Jekin. "Must I be drowned too? Hadn't I better jump over? I can swim a little too. Shall I jump over, Master Bradford? Pray tell me, there's a good creature." No, stay where you are," replied Bradford. "Help me to lash this young lady to a spar. When the tide turns, which will be at 4 o'clock, that surf will go down, and the ship will keep together till then. Most likely Hinchin would send a boat before that to take us all off. If not, we can but trust to the water at last. However, let us all be ready." Bradford now brought forth from the hold some rough planks, to one of which he lashed Lady Constance, who yielded herself to his guidance, only praying that he would do the same good turn to the clergyman, which he promised willingly. He then tied a small piece of wood across to support her head, and fastened one of the heavy leathern bags to her feet to raise her face above the water, after which, as she was totally unable to move, he placed her in as easy a position as he could, and speaking a few frank words of comfort and assurance, he left her to perform the same office in favour of Dr. Wilbraham. In the meantime, Jekin Groby had not forgotten himself, but willing to put his faith rather in the buoyancy of deal boards than in his own powers of natation, had contrived to find a stout sort of packing case or wooden box, from which he knocked out both the top and bottom, and passing his feet through the rest, he raised it up till it reached his armpits, where he tied it securely, and thus equipped in his wooden girdle, as he called it, he did not fear to trust himself to the waves. All being now prepared, an hour or more of anxious expectation succeeded. Little was said by anyone, and the tempest had ceased, but the grounding sound of the ship fretting upon the rock still continued, and a sad creaking and groaning of the two masts that remained seemed to announce their speedy fall. The wind had greatly subsided, but the air was heated and close, while the clouds overhead, still agitated by the past storm, every now and then came down in thick, small rain. Towards 4 o'clock the tide turned, and, as Bradford had prognosticated, the surf upon the shore gradually subsided, and the sea became more smooth, though agitated by a heavy swell, foaming into breakers along the whole line of reef on which the ship had struck. After looking out long, in the vain hope of seeing some boat coming to their assistance, Bradford approached Lady Constance, and addressing her, as indeed he had done throughout, with far more gentleness and consideration than might have been expected from a man of his rough and turbulent character, "Lady," said he, "there seems to be no chance of a boat. The sea is now nearly smooth. I can't warrant that the ship will hold together all night, and we may have the storm back again. If you like to go now, I will get you safe to land, I am sure. I can't answer for it if you stay." "I will do as you think right," said Lady Constance, with an involuntary shudder at the thought of trusting herself to the mercy of the waves. "I will do as you think right, but pray take care of Dr. Wilbraham." "No, no," said the good chaplain. "Make the lady all your care. I shall do well enough." "Here, good fellow," said Constance, taking a diamond of price from her finger. "Perhaps you may reach the shore without either of us. However, whether you do or not, take this jewel as some recompense for your good service." The man took the ring, muttering that, if he reached the shore, she should reach it too, and then, after giving some directions to Dr. Wilbraham in regard to rowing himself on towards the land with his arms, which were free, he carried Lady Constance to the side of the vessel, which had now heeled almost to the water's edge. Returning for Dr. Wilbraham, with the assistance of Jekin, he brought him also to the side, and then it became the question who should be the first to trust himself to the waves. Constance trembled violently, but said not a word, while Jekin Groby, holding back, exclaimed, "Lord a mercy, I don't like it, at all like." It was upon him, however, that Bradford fixed, crying, "Come, jump over, Jeky. There's no use of making mouths at it. I want you to help the clerk to steer. Come, jump over." And he laid his hand upon his shoulder. "Well, well, I will, Master Bradford," cried Jekin. "Then she touch me, and I will. Oh dear, it's mighty disagreeable. Well, well, I will." And bending his hams, he made as if he would have taken a vigorous leap. But his courage failed him, and he only made a sort of hop of a few inches on the deck, without approaching any nearer to the water. Out of patience, Bradford caught him by the shoulder, and pushed him at once head foremost into the water, from which he rose in a moment, all panting, buoyed up by the wooden case under his arms. "Here, Jeky," cried Bradford, "take the doctor's feet, as your arms are free." And with the assistance of the worthy clothier, who bore no malice, he let down Dr. Wilbraham into the water and returned to the lady. As pale as death, Constance shut her eyes and held her breath, while the rough sailor took her in his arms, and let her glide slowly into the water, which, in a moment after, she felt dashing round her uncontrolled. Opening her eyes, and panting for breath, she stretched out her arms, almost deprived of consciousness. But at that moment Bradford jumped at once into the sea, and seizing the board to which she was tied, put it in its right position, so that, though many a domineering wave would rise above its fellows, and dash its salt foam over her head, her mouth was generally elevated above the water sufficiently to allow her full room to breathe. The distance of the ship from the land was about 1/4 of a mile, but between it and the shore lay a variety of broken rocks, raising their rough heads above the waves that dashed furiously amongst them, making 1,000 struggling whirlpools and eddies round their sharp angles, as the retiring sea withdrew its unwilling waters from the strand. Constance, however, did not see all this, for, her face being turned towards the sky, nothing met her sight but the changeable face of heaven, with the clouds hurrying over it, or the green billows on either side, threatening every moment to overwhelm her. Often, often did her heart sink, and hard was it for the spirit of a timid girl, even supported by her firm trust in God's mercy, to keep the spark of hope alive within her bosom, while looking on the perils that surrounded her, and fancying 1,000 that she did not behold. Still the stout seaman swam beside her, piloting the little raft he had made for her towards the shore, through all the difficulties of the navigation, which were not few or small, for the struggle between the retiring tide and the impetus given by the wind rendered almost every passage between the rocks a miniature Scylla and Charybdis. At length, however, choosing a moment when the waves flowed fully in between two large rough stones, whose heads protruded almost perpendicularly, he grasped the plank to which Constance was tied with his left hand, and striking a few vigorous strokes with his right, soon placed her within the rocky screen with which the coast was fenced, and within whose boundary the water was comparatively calm. The first object that presented itself to his sight within this haven was the longboat, keel upwards, while, tossed by the waves upon one of the large flat stones that the ebbing tide had left half bare, appeared the corpse of the Portingal captain, his feet and body on the rock, and his head drooping back, half covered by the water. In a minute after, the sailor's feet could touch the ground, and gladly availing himself of the power to walk upon terra firma, he waded on, drawing after him the plank on which Constance lay, till, reaching the dry land, he pulled her to the shore, cut the cord that tied her, and placed her on her feet. Constance's first impulse was to throw herself on her knees, and to thank God for his great mercy. Her next to express her gratitude to the honest sailor, who, weary and out of breath with his exertion, sat on a rock hard by. But bewildered with all that had passed, she could scarcely find words to speak, feeling herself in a world that seemed hardly her own, so near had she been to the brink of another. After a few confused sentences, she looked suddenly round, exclaiming, "Oh, where is Dr. Wilbraham?" The sailor started up, and getting on the rock, looked out beyond, where, about 200 yards off, he perceived honest Jekin Groby making his way towards the shore in one direction, while the plank to which the amiable clergyman was attached was seen approaching the rocks in another, at a point where the waters were boiling with tenfold violence. Constance's eye had already caught his long black habiliments, mingled with the white foam of the waves, and seeing that every fresh billow threatened to dash him to pieces against the stones, she clasped her hands in agony and looked imploringly towards the sailor. "He will have his brains dashed out, sure enough," said the man, watching him. "Zounds, he must be mad to try that. Stay here, lady, I will see what can be done." And rushing into the water, he waded as far as he could towards Dr. Wilbraham, and then once more began swimming. Constance watched him with agonizing expectation, but before he reached the point, an angry wave swept round the good old man, and raising him high upon its top, dashed him violently against the rock. Constance shuddered, and clasping her hands over her eyes, strove to shut out the dreadful sight. In a few minutes she heard the voice of the sailor shouting to Jekin Groby, who had reached the shore, "Here, lend a hand!" And looking up, she saw him drawing the clergyman to land in the same manner that he had extricated herself. Jekin Groby waded in to help him, and Constance flew to the spot which he approached, but the sight that presented itself made her blood run cold. Dr. Wilbraham was living indeed, but so dreadfully torn and bruised by beating against the rocks, that all hope seemed vain, and those who had best loved him might have regretted that he had not met with a speedier and more easy death. Opening his exhausted eyes, he yet looked gladly upon the sweet girl that he had reared, like a young flower, from her early days to her full beauty, and who now hung tenderly over him. "Thank God, my dear child," said he, "that you are safe. That is the first thing. For me, I am badly hurt, very badly hurt, but perhaps I may yet live. I could wish it to see you happy, but if not, God's will be done." Constance wept bitterly, and good Jekin Groby, infected with her sorrow, blubbered like a great baby. "There, leave off snivelling, you great fool," cried Bradford, wiping something like a tear from his own rough cheek, "and help me to carry the good gentleman to some cottage." Thus saying, with the assistance of Jekin, he raised the old man, and, followed by Constance, bore him on in search of an asylum. End of chapter 35. Chapter 36 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 36. Thou seest me much distempered in my mind. Dryden. Sir Payan Wileton had gone through life with fearless daring, calculating but never hesitating, keen-sighted of danger but never timid. From youth he had divested himself of the three great fears which generally affect mankind: the fear of the world's opinion, the fear of his own conscience, and the fear of death. And thus endued with much bad courage, he had attempted and succeeded in many things which would have frightened a timid man, and failed with an irresolute one. And yet, as we have seen, by one of those strange contradictions of which human nature is full, Sir Payan, though an unbeliever in the bright truths of religion, was credulous to many of the darkest superstitions of the age in which he lived. On such a mind, anything that smacked of supernatural presentiment was likely to take the firmest hold, and on the morning after Lady Constance had, by his means and by his instigation, effected her flight from Richmond, he rose early from a troubled sleep, overshadowed by a deep despondency, which had never till then hung upon him. Before he was yet dressed, the news was brought him that one of his men had returned with the boat, and that the other had been arrested in the king's name. He felt his good fortune had passed away. An internal voice seemed to tell him that it was at an end, but yet he omitted no measures of security, quitting the capital without loss of time, and leaving such instructions with the porter as he deemed most likely to blind the eyes of Wolsey. Hoping that the servant, whose life was in his power, would not betray him, yet prepared, if he did, boldly to repel the charge, and by producing evidence to invalidate the other's testimony, to cast the accusation back upon his head. But still, from that moment, Sir Payan was an altered being, and though many days passed by without anything occurring to disturb his repose, though the king's progress towards Dover, without any notice having been taken of his participation in Lady Constance's escape, led him to believe that fear had kept the servant faithful, yet still Sir Payan remained in a state of gloom and lassitude that raised many a marvel amongst those around him. Wandering through the woods that surrounded his mansion, he passed hours and hours in deep, inactive, bitter meditation, finding no consolation in his own heart, no hope in the future, and no repose in the past, and, why he knew not, despairing where he had never despaired, trembling where he had never known fear. Often he questioned himself upon the strange depression of his mind, and the more he did so, the more he became convinced that it was a supernatural warning of approaching fate. Many were the resolutions that he made to shake it off, to struggle still, to seek the court, and urge his claim on the estates of Constance de Grey, as he would have done in former days, but in vain. A leaden power lay heavy upon his heart, and crushed all its usual energies, and the only effort he could make was to send out servants in every direction to seek Sir Cesar, the astrologer, weakly hoping to brace up his relaxed confidence by some predictions of success. But the old man was not easily to be found. No one knew his abode, and, ever strange and erratic in his motions, he seemed now agitated by some extraordinary impulse, so that even when they had once found his track, the servants of Sir Payan had often to trace him to 10 or 12 houses in the course of a day. Sometimes it was in the manor of the peer, sometimes in the cottage of the peasant, that they heard of him, but in none did he seem to sojourn for above an hour, hurrying on wildly to the dwelling of some other amongst the many that he knew in all classes. At length they overtook him on the road near Sandgate, and delivered Sir Payan's message, whereupon, without any reply, he turned his horse and rode towards Chilham, where he arrived in the evening. Springing to the ground without any appearance of fatigue, the old man sought Sir Payan in the park, to which the servant said he had retired, and winding through the various long valleys, found him at length walking backwards and forwards, with his arms crossed on his bosom, and his eyes fixed upon the ground. The evening sunshine was streaming brightly upon the spot, pouring a mellow misty light through the western trees, on the tall dark figure of Sir Payan, who, bending down his head, paced along with gloomy slowness, like some bad spirit oppressed and tormented by the smile of heaven. It was a strange sight to see his meeting with Sir Cesar. Both were pale and haggard, for some cause only known to himself had worn the keen features of the astrologer till the bones and cartilages seemed starting through the skin, and Sir Payan's ashy cheek had lately acquired a still more deadly hue than it usually wore. Both, too, looked wild and fearful, the keen black eyes of the old man showing with a terrific brightness in his thin and livid face, and the stern features of Sir Payan appearing full of a sort of ferocious light, which the attendants had remarked ever since he had been overthrown in the tilt by the lance of Sir Osborne. Meeting thus in the full yellow sunshine, while Sir Cesar fixed his usual intense and scrutinizing glance upon the countenance of the other, Sir Payan strove to receive him with a smile that but mocked the lips it shone upon. They looked like two beings of another world, met for the first time in upper air, to commune of things long past. "Well, unhappy man," said Sir Cesar at length, "what seekest thou with me?" "That I am unhappy," replied Sir Payan, knitting his brow, as he saw that little consolation was to be expected from the astrologer, "I do not deny. And it is to know why I am unhappy that I have asked you to come hither." "You are unhappy," answered Sir Cesar, "because you have plundered the widow and the orphan, because you have wronged the friendless and the weak, because you have betrayed the confident and the generous. You are unhappy because there is not one in the wide world that loves you, and because you even despise and hate and reprobate yourself." Old man," cried Sir Payan, half unsheathing his dagger, "beware, beware! Those men only," he added, pushing back the weapon into its sheath, "ought to be unhappy that are unsuccessful. The rest is all a bugbear set up by the weak to frighten away the strong. But I have been successful, am successful. Why, then, am I unhappy?" "Because your success is at an end," replied the astrologer, "because you tremble to your fall, because your days are numbered, and late remorse is gnawing your heart in spite of your vain boasting. Nay, lay not your hand on the hilt of your dagger. Over me, murderer, you have no power. That dagger took the life of one that had never wronged you. Remember the rout at Taunton. Remember the youth murdered the night after he surrendered." Sir Payan trembled like an aspen leaf while the old man spoke. "Yes, murderer," cried Sir Cesar, "though you thought the deed hid in the bowels of the earth, I know it all. That hand slew all that was dearest to me on earth, the child that unhappy fortune forced me to leave upon this cursed shore, and long, long ago should his fate have been avenged in your blood, had I not seen, had I not known, that heaven willed it otherwise. I have waited patiently for the hour that is now come. I have broken your bread, and I have drunk of your wine, but while I did so, I have seen you gathering curses on your head, and accumulating sins to sink you to perdition, and that has taught me to endure. I would not have saved you 1 hour of crime. I would not have robbed my revenge of one single sin, no, not for an empire. But I have watched you go on, gloriously, triumphantly, in evil and in wickedness, till heaven can bear no more, till you have eaten up your future, and soon, with all your crimes upon your head, hated, despised, condemned by all mankind, your black soul shall be parted from your body, and my eyes shall see you die." Sir Payan had listened with varied emotions as the old man spoke. Surprise, remorse, and fear had been the first, but gradually the more tempestuous feelings of his nature hurried away the rest, and rage gaining mastery over all, he drew his poniard and sprang upon Sir Cesar. But in the very act, as his arm was raised to strike, he was caught by two powerful men, who threw him back upon the ground and disarmed him, one of them exclaiming, "Ho, ho, we have just come in time. Sir Payne Rainsford, you are attached in the king's name. Lo, here is a warrant for your apprehension. You must come with us, sir, to Calais." One would attempt in vain to describe the rage that convulsed the form of Sir Payne Rainsford, more especially when he beheld Sir Cesar smile upon him with a look of triumphant satisfaction. "Seize him!" exclaimed he, with furious violence, pointing to the astrologer. "Seize him, if you love your king and your country. He is a marked and obnoxious traitor. I impeach him, and you do not do your duty if you let him escape. Or are you his confederates and come up to prevent my punishing him for the treasons he has just acknowledged?" "Sir Payne Rainsford," replied the serjeant-at-arms, "this passion is all in vain. I am sent here with a warrant from the king's privy council to attach you for high treason, but I have no authority to arrest anyone else." "But I am a magistrate," cried the baffled knight. "Let him not escape, I enjoin you, till I have had time to commit him. He is a traitor, I say, and if you seize him not, you art the king's enemies." "Attached for high treason, sir, you are no longer a magistrate," replied the serjeant. "At all events, I do not hold myself justified in apprehending anybody against whom I have no warrant, more especially when I found you raising your hand illegally against the very person's life whom you now accuse. I can take no heed of the matter. You must come." "He shall be satisfied," said Sir Cesar. "Venomless serpent, I will follow thee now till thy last hour, but think not that thou canst hurt me, for thy power has gone from thee, and though wicked as a demon, thou art weak as a child. I know that we are doomed to pass the same gate, but not to journey on the same road. Lead on, sergeant, I will go on with you, and then, if this bad man have aught to urge against me, let him do it." "Go if you will, sir," replied the officer, "but remember, you act according to your own pleasure. I make no arrest in your case. You are free to come with us, or to stay, as you think fit." Sir Payan was now led back to the house, which was in possession of the king's archers, and as he passed through his own hall with a burning heart, the hasty glance that he cast around amongst his servants showed him at once that though there were none to pity or befriend, there were many full ready to betray. Then rushed upon his mind the accusations that they might pile upon his head, now that they saw him sinking below the stream. The certainty of death, the dread of something after death, doubts of his own scepticism, the innate, all-powerful conviction of a future state, a state growing dreadfully perceptible to his eye as he approached the brink of that yawning gulf which his own acts had peopled with strange fears. All that he had scoffed at, all that he had despised, now assumed a new and fearful character. Even the world's opinion, the world's contemned opinion, came across his thought, that there was not one heart on all the earth would mourn his end, that hatred and abhorrence would go with him to the grave, and that his memory would only live with infamy in the records of crime and punishment. Burying his face in his hands, he sat in deep, despairing, agonizing silence while his horse was being prepared, and while the officer put his seal upon the various doors which he thought it necessary to secure. A few hours brought the whole party to Dover, and the next day saw their arrival at Calais. But by that time the court had removed to Guisnes, and the sergeant, having no orders to bring his prisoner farther, sent forward a messenger to announce his arrival and demand instructions. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 37. Once more the fleeting soul came back t'inspire the mortal frame, and in the body took a doubtful stand, hovering like expiring flame, that mounts and falls by turns. Dryden. The painful situation of Lady Constance de Grey had not lost any portion of its sorrow or gained any ray of hope on the 1st of June, 3 days after we last left her, at which period we again take up her story. She was then sitting in a small, poor cottage between Whitesand Bay and Boulogne, watching the slumber of the excellent old man whose regard for her had brought upon his head so much pain and danger. Ever since he had been removed to the hut where they now were, he had lingered in great agony, except at those times when a state of stupor fell upon him, under which he would remain for many hours, and only wake from it again to acute pain. He had, however, that morning fulfilled the last duties of his religion, with the assistance of a good monk of Boulogne, who now sat with Lady Constance, watching the sweet sleep into which he had fallen for the first time since their shipwreck. Across the little window, to keep out the light, Constance had drawn one of her own dresses, which had been saved by the sailor Bradford, having tied the leathern case that contained them to the plank which had brought herself to shore. But still through the casement, notwithstanding this sort of extemporaneous curtain, the soft breath of the early morning flowed in, and the murmuring voice of the treacherous ocean was heard softly from afar, filling up every pause in the singing of the birds and the busy hum of all the light children of the summer. The calmness of the old man's slumber gave Constance hope, and with a sweet smile she sat beside him, listening to the mingled voice of creation, and joining mentally in the song of praise that all things seemed raising towards the great Creator. Indeed, if ever mortal being might be supposed to resemble those pure spirits who, freed from all touch of clay, adore the Almighty in his works, she then looked like an angel, in form, in feature, and in expression, while, robed all in white, and watching the sick-bed of her ancient friend, she looked upon his tranquil slumber with that bland smile of hope and gratitude. In the meanwhile, the old monk sat on the other side of his bed, regarding him with more anxiety. For long experience in visiting those who hung on the brink of another world had taught him that sleep like that into which the clergyman had fallen as often precedes death as recovery. It had continued thus till towards midday, the cottage being left in solitude and silence, for the sailor Bradford had gone to seek remedies from a simpler at Boulogne, and Jekin Groby had stolen away for a visit to Calais, while the people to whom the cottage belonged were absent upon their daily occupations. At length, however, a slight sort of convulsive motion passed over the features of the old man, and, opening his eyes, he said in a faint, low voice, "Constance, my dear child, where are you? My eyes are dim." "I am here, my dear sir," replied Constance. "You have been sleeping very sweetly. I hope you feel better." "It is over, Constance," replied Dr. Wilbraham, calmly but feebly. "I am dying, my child. Let me see the sunshine." Constance withdrew the curtain, and the fresh air blowing on to the sick man's face seemed to give him more strength. "It is bright," cried he. "It is very bright. I feel the sweet summer air, and I hear the glad singing of the birds. But I go fast, dear daughter, where there are things brighter and sweeter. For surely, surely, God who has clothed this world with such splendour has reserved far greater for the world to come." The tears streamed down Constance's cheeks, for there was in the old man's face a look of death not to be mistaken. That look, the inevitable precursor of dissolution to man, when it seems as if the avenging angel has come between him and the sun of being, and cast his dark shadow over him for ever. "Weep not, Constance," said the old man, with faint and broken efforts, "for no storm will reach me in my Redeemer's bosom. In his mercy is my hope, in his salvation is my reliance. Soon, soon shall I be in the place of peace, where joy reigneth eternally. Could I have a fear, my dear child, it would be for you, left alone in a wide and desolate world, with none to protect you. But no, I have no fear. God is your protector, and never, never, my child, doubt his goodness, nor think that he does not as surely watch over the universe as he that created it at first. Everything is beneath his eye, from the smallest grain of sand to the great globe itself, and his will governs all and guides all, though we see neither the beginning nor the end. Constance, I am departing," he continued more faintly. "God's blessing upon you, my child, and oh, if he in his wisdom ever permits the spirit of the dead to watch over those they loved when living, I will be with you and Darnley when this frail body is dust." His lips began gradually to lose their power of utterance, and his head fell back upon the pillow. The monk saw that the good man's end was approaching fast, and placing the crucifix in his dying hand, he poured the words of consolation in his ear. But Dr. Wilbraham slightly motioned with his hand to signify that he was quite prepared, and fixing his eyes upon the cross, murmured to himself, "I come, O Lord, I come. Be thou merciful unto me, O King of mercy. Deliver speedily from the power of death, O Lord of life." The sounds gradually ceased, but yet his lips continued to move. His lips lost their motion, but his eyes were fixed, full of hope, upon the cross. A film came over them. It passed away, and the light beamed up again, shone brightly for a moment, waned, vanished, and all was death. The eyes were still fixed upon the cross, but that bright thing, life, was there no more. To look at them, no one could say what was gone between that minute and the one before, and yet it was evident that they were now but dust. The light was extinguished, the wine was poured out, and it was but the broken lamp, the empty urn, that remained to go down into the tomb. Constance closed her eyes, and weeping bitterly, knelt down with the old monk, and joined in the prayer that he addressed to heaven. She then rose and seated herself by all that remained of her dead friend, feeling alone in all the world, solitary, friendless, desolate, and straining her sweet eyes upon the cold, unresponsive countenance of the dead, she seemed bitterly to drink to the dregs the cup of hopelessness which that sight offered. No one spoke. The monk himself was silent, seeming to think that the prayer he had offered to the deity was the only fitting language for the presence of the dead, when a sound was heard without, and the door, gently opening, admitted the form of Jekin Groby. The good clothier thought the old man still slept, as when he had left the cottage, and advanced on tiptoe for fear of waking him. But the lifted hand of the monk, the streaming eyes of Constance, and the cold, rigid stiffness of the face before him, warned him of what had happened, and pausing suddenly, he clasped his hands with a look of unaffected sorrow. "Good God!" cried he, "he is dead! Alas the day!" Constance's tears streamed afresh. "Lady," said the worthy man, in a kindly tone, "take comfort. He is gone to a better place than we have here, poor hapless souls. And surely, if all were as fitted for that place as he was, we should have little cause to fear our death, and our gossips little cause to weep. Take comfort, sweet lady, take comfort. Our God is too good for us to murmur when he cuts our measure short." There was something in the homely consolation of the honest Englishman that touched Constance to her heart, and yet she could not refrain from weeping even more than before. "Nay, nay, dear lady," continued Jekin, affected almost to tears himself, "you must come away from here. I cannot bear to see you weep so; and though I am but a poor clothier, a little fitted to put myself in his place that is gone, I will never leave you till I see you safe. Indeed I won't. Come, lady, into the other cottage hard by, and we will send some one to watch here in your place. Lord, Lord, to think how soon a fellow creature is gone! Sure I thought to find him better when I came back. Come, lady, come." "Perhaps I had better," replied Constance, drying her tears. "My cares for him are useless. Yet, though I murmur not at God's will, I must e'en weep, for I have lost a good friend, and the world has lost as good a man as ever it possessed. But I will go, for it is in vain to stay here and encourage unavailing grief." She then addressed a few sentences to the monk in French, thanking him for his charitable offices towards her dead friend, and begging him to remain there till she could send someone to watch the body, adding that if he would come after that to the adjoining cottage, she would beg him to convey to his convent a small gift on her part. The monk bowed his head and promised to obey, and Constance, giving one last look at the inanimate form of the excellent being she had just lost, followed Jekin Groby to the cottage hard by, where, begging to be left alone, she once more burst into tears, and let both her sorrow and despondency have way, feeling that sort of oppression at the heart which can be relieved but by weeping. It is needless to follow farther such sad scenes, to tell the blunt grief of Bradford when he returned and found that his errand had been in vain, or to describe the funeral of good Dr. Wilbraham, which took place the next day, for so custom required, in the little cemetery of Whitesand Bay. Immediately this was over, Lady Constance prepared to set out for Boulogne, hoping to find a refuge in the heart of France till she had time to consider and execute some plan for her future conduct. We have twice said that the sailor, in tying her to the plank on which she had floated from the shipwrecked vessel, had fastened to the end of the board nearest her feet one of her own leathern cases, for the purpose of keeping her head raised above the water, and in this, as it luckily happened, were all the jewels and the money which she had brought with her from London. It would doubtless have rendered her situation much more critical and interesting if she had been deprived of all such resources, but as the fact was so, it is necessary to state it. No difficulty, therefore, seemed likely to present itself in her journey to her own estates, except that which might arise in procuring a litter to convey her on her way, or in meeting with some female attendant willing to accompany her. The latter of these was soon done away with, for the daughter of the cottagers where she had lodged, a gay, good-humoured Picard, gladly undertook the post of waiting woman to the sweet lady, whose gentleness had won them all; and Bradford, who, from a soldier, a sailor, a shipwright, and a Rochester rioter, had now become a squire of dames, was dispatched to Boulogne to see if he could buy or hire a litter and horses. In the midst of all these proceedings, poor Jekin Groby was sadly agitated by many contending feelings. In his first fit of sympathy with Constance on the death of Dr. Wilbraham, he had, as we have seen, promised to accompany her to the end of her journey, whithersoever it might be. But the thoughts of dear little England, and his own fireside, and his bales of cloth, and his bags of angels, called him vehemently across the Channel, while curiosity, with a certain touch of mercantile calculation, pulled him strongly towards the court at Calais. Notwithstanding, he resolved above all things to act handsomely, as he said, towards the lady, and accordingly he accompanied Bradford to Boulogne to ascertain if they could by any way get off trudging after her, the Lord knew where, as he expressed it, though he vowed he was very willing to go if he could be of any service. After the sailor and his companion had been absent about 6 hours, Constance began to be impatient, and proceeded to the door of the cottage to see if she could perceive them coming. Gazing for a few minutes on the road to Boulogne, she beheld, rising above the brow of the hill before her, a knight's pennon, and presently half a dozen spears appeared bristling up behind it. Judging that it was some accidental party proceeding towards Whitesand Bay, Constance retired into the cottage, and was not a little surprised when she heard the horses halt before the door. In a moment after, a gallant cavalier, in peaceful guise, armed only with his sword and dagger, entered the hut, and, doffing his plumed mortier to the lady, with a low inclination of the head, he advanced towards her, saying in French, "Have I the honour of speaking to the noble Lady de Grey, Countess of Boissy, and the Val de Marne?" "The same, sir knight," replied the lady. "To what, may I ask, do I owe the honour of your presence?" "His Highness Francis King of France, now in the city of Boulogne," replied the knight, "hearing that a lady and his vassal, though born an English subject, had been shipwrecked on this shore, has chosen me for the pleasing task of inviting, in his name, the Countess de Boissy to repair to his royal court, not as a sovereign commanding the homage of his vassal, but as a gracious and a noble friend, offering service and goodwill. His Highness's sister also, the Princess Marguerite of Alençon has sent her own litter for your convenience, with such escort as may suit your quality." Constance could only express her thanks. Had she possessed the power of choice, she would, of course, have preferred 1,000 times to have retired to the Val de Marne, without her coming being known to the French king or his court, till such time at least as the meeting between him and the King of England had taken place. However, as it was known, she could not refuse to obey, and she signified her readiness to accompany the French knight, begging him merely to wait till the return of a person she had sent to Boulogne for a litter. "He will not return, lady," replied the chevalier. "It was through his search for a litter at Boulogne, where none are to be had, all being bought for the court's progress to Ardres, that his highness became acquainted with your arrival within his kingdom." The knight was proceeding to inform her of the circumstances which had occurred, when the quick sound of horses' feet was heard without, joined to the clanging of arms, the jingling of spurs and trappings, and various rough cries in the English tongue. "Have her, but I will have her, by the Lord!" cried a voice near the door, and in a moment after, a knight, armed at all points, strode into the cottage. How now!" cried he. "What is all this? Ah, Monsieur de Bussy!" he continued, changing his language to broken, abominable French. "What are you doing with this lady?" "I come, Sir John Hardacre," replied the Frenchman, "to invite her to the court of Francis of France, whose vassal the lady is." "And I come," replied the Englishman, "to claim her for Henry, King of England, whose born subject she is, and ward of the crown, and so I will have her, and carry her to Guisnes as I am commanded." "That depends upon circumstances, sir," answered the Frenchman, offended at the tone of the other. "You are governor of Calais, but you do not command here. You are off the English pale, sir; and I say that unless the lady goes with you willingly and by preference, you shall not take her." "I shall not!" exclaimed the Englishman. "Who the devil shall stop me?" "That will I," answered the French knight, "and I tell you so to your beard." The Englishman laid his hand upon his sword, and the Frenchman was not slack to follow his example. But Constance interposed. Hold, gentlemen," cried she. "I am not worthy of such contention. Monsieur de Bussy, favour me by offering every expression of my humble duty to his highness your noble king, and show him that I intended instantly to have obeyed his command, and followed you to his court, but that I am compelled, against my will, to do otherwise. Sir John Hardacre, I am ready to accompany you." "If such be your will, fair lady," replied the French knight, "I have nothing but to execute your charge. However, I must repeat that without your full consent you shall not be taken from French ground, or I am no true knight." An angry replication trembled on the lip of the English captain, but Constance stopped its utterance by once more declaring her willingness to go, and the French officer, bowing low, thrust back his sword into the sheath, and left the cottage, somewhat out of humour with the event of his expedition. When he and his followers had ridden away, Sir John Hardacre called up a lady's horse, which one of his men-at-arms led by the bridle, and after permitting Constance to make some change of her apparel, and to pay the good folks of the cottage for her entertainment, he placed her in the saddle, and holding the bridle himself, led her away at a quick pace towards Guisnes. He was a rough old soldier, somewhat hardened by long military service, but the beauty and gentleness of his fair prisoner, for such indeed may we consider poor Constance to have been, somewhat softened his acerbity, and after riding on for near an hour in silence, during which he revolved at least 20 ways of addressing the lady, without pleasing himself with any, he began by a somewhat bungling excuse, both for his errand and his manner of executing it. "I suppose, sir," replied Constance coldly, "that you have done your duty. Whether you have done it harshly or not is for you to consider." This quite put a stop to all the knight's intentions of conversation, and did not particularly soothe his humour, so that for many miles along the road he failed not every moment to turn round his head and vent his spleen upon his men in various high-seasoned curses, for faults which they might or might not have committed, as the case happened. The knight's powers of objurgation not only extending to the cursing itself, but also to supplying the cause. It was nearly 7 o'clock when they began to approach the little town of Guisnes, but at that season of the year the full light of day was still shining upon all the objects round about, and Constance might perceive, as they rode up, all the bustle and crowding and idle activity caused by the arrival of the court. Her heart sank when she saw it, and thought of all she might there have to endure. Under any other circumstances, however, it would have been a gay and pleasing sight, so full of life and activity, glitter and show, was everything that met the eye. To the southward of the town of Guisnes, upon the large open green that extended to the outside of the walls, were to be seen a vast number of tents, of all kinds and colours, with a multitude of busy human beings employed in raising fresh pavilions on every open space, or in decorating those already spread with streamers, pennons, and banners, of all the bright hues under the sun. Long lines of horses and mules loaded with armour or baggage, and ornamented with gay ribbons, to put them in harmony with the scene, were winding about all over the plain, some proceeding towards the town, some seeking the tents of their several lords, while, mingled amongst them, appeared various bands of soldiers, on horseback and on foot, with the rays of the declining sun glancing upon the heads of their bills and lances, and, together with the white cassock and the broad red cross, marking them out from all the other objects. Here and there, too, might be seen a party of knights and gentlemen cantering over the plain and enjoying the bustle of the scene, or standing in separate groups, issuing their orders for the erection and garnishing of their tents, while couriers and pursuivants and heralds, in all their gay dresses, mingled with mule drivers, lackeys, and peasants, armourers, pages, and tent stretchers, made up the living part of the landscape. Behind lay the town of Guisnes, with the forest at its back, and a good deal nearer the castle, with its protecting guns pointed over the plain. But the most striking object, and that which instantly caught the eye, was a building raised immediately in front of the citadel, on which all that art could devise, or riches could procure, had been lavished, to render it a palace fit for the luxurious king who was about to make it his temporary residence. From the distance at which they were when it first struck her sight, Constance could only perceive that it was a vast and splendid edifice, apparently square, and seeming to offer a façade of about 400 feet on every side, while the sun, reflected from the gilding with which it was covered, and the immense quantity of glass that it contained, rendered it like some great ornament of gold, enriched with brilliants. Although her heart was sad, and nothing that she saw tended to dispel its gloom, she could not refrain from gazing round with a half curious, half anxious glance upon all the gay objects that surrounded her, almost fearing to be recognised by some one who had known her at the court, now that she was led along as a kind of prisoner, a single woman amidst a band of rude soldiers. Sir John Hardacre, however, spurred on towards the bridge, which was nearly impassable from the number of beasts of burden and their drivers by which it was covered, and standing on but little ceremony with his fellow lieges, he dashed through the midst of them all, cursing one and striking another, and overturning a third, much to Constance's horror and dismay. Having reached the other side, and created by his haste as much confusion and discomfort as he could in his passage, the surly captain slackened his pace, muttering something about dignity, and turned his rein towards the temporary palace of the king. Proceeding slowly amidst a multitude, many of whom had seen her before, and whose notice she was very willing to escape, Constance's only resource was to fix her eyes upon the palace, and to busy herself in the contemplation of its splendour. Raised upon a high platform, it was not only visible from every part of the plain, but itself commanded a view of the whole gay scene below, with its tents and its multitudes standing as a sort of nucleus to all the magnificence around. Before the gate to which Sir John Hardacre took his way, and which was itself a massy arch, flanked by 2 towers raised upon the platform, there stood 2 objects not unworthy of remark, as exemplifying the tastes of the day. The one was a magnificent fountain, richly wrought with arches and arabesques, painted in fine gold and blue, supporting a figure of Bacchus, crowned with vine leaves, over whose head appeared inscribed in letters of gold, Faites bonne chère qui voudra. No unmeaning invitation, for the fountain below ceased not to pour forth 3 streams of various coloured wines, supplied by reservoirs in the interior of the palace. On the other side of the gate were seen 4 golden lions supporting a pillar of bronze, round the shaft of which twined up various gilt wreaths, interlaced together, while on the summit stood a statue of Venus's purblind son and heir, pointing his arrows at those who approached the gate. Nevertheless, it was not on the charmed cup of the one, or the bended bow of the other chicken deity, that the battlemented arch above mentioned relied for defence, for in the several windows were placed gigantic figures of men in armour, apparently in the act of hurling down enormous rocks upon the head of whatever venturous stranger should attempt to pass the prescribed bound. At the same time appeared round about various goodly paintings of the demigods of history, the Herculeses, the Theseuses, the Alexanders, fabulous and historical, while showing strangely enough in such company, many a fat porter and yeoman of the lodge loitered about in rich liveries, as familiar with the gods and goddesses as if they had been born upon Olympus and swaddled in Tempe. In the flight of steps which led to this gate, Sir John Hardacre dismounted, and lifting Lady Constance from her horse, passed on into the inner court of the palace, which would indeed have been not only splendid but elegant, had it not been for a few instances of the same refined taste which we have just noticed. The 4 inner faces of the building were perfectly regular, consisting of 2 stories, the lower one of which was almost entirely of glass, formed into plain and bow windows alternately, each separated from the other by a slight column of gold, and surrounded by a multitude of arabesques and garlands. Exactly opposite to the gate appeared a vestibule, thrown a little forward from the building, and surmounted by 4 large bow windows, supported on trimmers, the corbels of which represented 1,000 strange gilt faces, looking out from a screen of olive branches cast in lead and painted green, while various tall statues in silver armour were ranged on either side, as guards to the entrance. It was towards this sort of hall that Sir John Hardacre led poor Constance de Grey, to whose heart all the gaiety and splendour of the scene seemed but to communicate a more chilling sensation of friendless loneliness; while the very gaze and whispering of the royal servants, who had all known of her flight, and now witnessed her return, made the quick blood mount into her beautiful cheek, as she was hurried along by the brutal soldier, without any regard to her feelings or compassion for her fears. "You must wait here, Mistress Constance," said he, having led her into the vestibule, which was full of yeomen and grooms, "while I go and tell the right reverend father, the Lord Cardinal, that I have brought you." "Here!" exclaimed Constance, casting her eyes around. "Surely you do not mean me to wait here amongst the servants?" "Why, where would you go?" demanded he roughly. "I have no other place to put you. Wait here, and mind you don't run away again." Constance could support no more, and covering her face with her hands, she burst into a violent flood of tears. At that moment a voice that she knew struck her ear. "This to my cousin, sir!" exclaimed Lord Darby, who had heard what passed as he descended a flight of stairs which led away to the left. "This to my cousin, Sir John Hardacre! You would do better to jump off the donjon of Rochester Castle than to leave her here with lackeys and footboys." "And why should I not?" demanded the soldier, his eyes flashing fire. "Mind your own affairs, my Lord Darby, and let me mind mine." "You are an unfeeling old villain, sir," answered the earl, passing him and taking Constance by the hand. "Yes, sir, stare your fill. I say you are an unfeeling villain, and neither knight nor gentleman." The soldier laid his hand upon his sword, and drew it half out of its sheath. "Knock him down! Knock him down!" cried a dozen voices. "The precincts of the court! Out with him! Have his hands off!" Sir John Hardacre thrust his weapon back into the sheath, gazing however grimly around, as if he would fain have used it upon some one. "Your brutal violence, sir," said Lord Darby, "will bring upon you, if you heed not, a worse punishment than I can inflict. Yet you will not find me in a proper place unwilling to give you a lesson in what is due to a lady. Come, Constance, I will lead you to her highness, where you will meet, I am sure, a kind reception. You, sir, do your errand to my lord cardinal, who shall be informed by me of your noble and knightly treatment of the Lady de Grey." Thus saying, he led Constance through a long corridor to an antechamber, wherein stood two of the queen's pages. Here Lord Darby paused, and sent one of the attendants to request an audience, taking the opportunity of the time they waited to soothe the mind of his fair cousin by informing her of all that had passed in her absence, and assuring her that the queen had ever been her warmest defender. All the news that he gave her, of course, took a heavy weight from Constance's mind, and drying her eyes, she congratulated him gladly on his approaching marriage, and would fain, very fain, have asked if he could give her any such consolatory information in regard to Darnley. But the earl had never once mentioned his name, and she knew not how to begin the subject herself. While considering and hesitating whether to ask boldly or not, the queen's page returned and ushered them to her presence. Constance was still much agitated, and even the kind and dignified sweetness, the motherly tenderness with which Catherine received her, a tenderness which she had not known for so long, overcame her, and she wept as much as if she had been most unhappy. The queen understood it all, and sending Lord Darby away, she soon won Constance to her usual placid mood, and then, questioning her of all the dangers and sorrows she had undergone, she gave up the best of all balms, sympathy, trembling at her account of the shipwreck, and melted even to tears by the death of the good clergyman. End of chapter 37. Chapter 38 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 38. Men might say, till this time pomp was single, but now married to one above itself. Shakespeare. Many were the anxious eyes turned towards the sky on the morning of the 7th of June, the day appointed for the meeting of the two kings of France and England. For some inauspicious clouds had ushered in the dawn, and several of those persons who take a delight in prognosticating evil whenever they can find occasion, who enjoy mingling the sour with whatever is sweet in life, in short, the lemon-squeezers of society, had taken care to affirm that they had felt several drops of rain, and to prophesy that it would pour before night. To put their vaticinations out of joint, however, the jolly summer sun came like a cleanly housemaid towards 8 o'clock, and with his broom of rays swept all the dirty clouds from the floor of heaven. By this time the bustle of preparation had begun at the town of Guisnes. All was in activity amongst the tents, and many a lord and gentleman was already on his horse arraying his men in order of battle under the walls of the castle, from the gates of which presently issued forth the archer guard of the King of England, and took the front of the array. Not long after, Lord Essex, the Earl Marshal, appeared on the plain, and riding along the line of foot, gave the strictest orders to the various officers for maintaining regularity and tranquillity through the day, well knowing that the excited hilarity of such occasions often creates more serious evils than do infinitely worse feelings. Another cause, however, seemed likely to have interrupted the general good humour, for in the midst of his injunctions to maintain order and propriety of demeanour towards their French allies, an officer was seen spurring at full speed from the side of Ardres, and as he rode up, it was very evident by his countenance that the good captain, Richard Gibson, was not the best pleased man in the world. All eyes were turned upon him, and a dead silence ensued amidst the archers, while the earl demanded, "Why, how now, Gibson? What is the matter?" "So please you, my lord," replied the officer, "the 4 pennons of white and green, which, by your command, I set up on the edge of the hill above the valley of Andern, have been vilely thrown down by the French Lord Châtelaine, who says, that as the French have none on the other hill, he wills not that we have any either." A loud murmuring made itself heard at this news amongst the footmen, and one of the young gallants, riding near the earl, put spurs to his horse, as if to ride away to the scene of the dispute. "Silence!" cried the earl, over whose cheek also an angry flush had passed at the first, but who speedily recovered his temper. "Brian, come back. Come back, I say, sir. Let not a man stir." "What! Must we stand tamely and be insulted by the French?" cried the youth, unwillingly reining in his horse. "They do not insult us, sir," replied Lord Essex, wisely determined not to let any trifling punctilio disturb the harmony of the meeting, yet knowing how difficult it was to rule John Bull from his surly humour. "They do not insult us. The pennons were set up for their convenience, to show them the place of meeting, which is within the English pale. If they choose to be such fools as to risk missing the way, and go a mile round, why, let them. We shall but laugh at them when they come." The matter thus turned off, he whispered a few words to Gibson, and sending him back to the Vale of Andern, proceeded, with the aid of heralds and other officers at arms, to arrange all the ceremonies of the march. However, various were the reports that spread amongst the people concerning the intentions of the French, some declaring openly that they believed they intended to surround the field with a great force, and take the King of England prisoner. Others shook the wise head, and implied much more than they ventured to say, and many a poor rogue, amongst those who talk of court news as if they were God's spies, pretended that they had been with the French power and heard all about it, so that they would tell you the very cunning of the thing, and its fashion, and when it was to be. While rumour was thus exercising her 100 tongues, and, as usual, lying with them all, the warning gun was fired from the castle of Guisnes, giving notice that the King of England was ready to set out, and all hurried to place themselves in order. In a few minutes the distant roar of another large piece of artillery was heard from Ardres, answering the first; and for the 5 minutes before the procession was formed, like the 5 minutes of tuning before a concert, all was noise, clamour, and confusion, the sounding of the trumpets to horse, the shouts of the various leaders, the loud cries of the marshals and heralds, and the roaring of the artillery from the castle, as the king put his foot in the stirrup, all combined to make one general outcry, rarely equalled. Gradually the tumult subsided. Gradually also the confused assemblage assumed a regular form. Flags and pennons and banderols, embroidered banners and scutcheons, silver pillars and crosses and crooks ranged themselves in long line, and the bright procession, an interminable stream of living gold, began to wind across the plain. First came about 500 of the gayest and wealthiest gentlemen of England, below the rank of baron, squires, knights, and bannerets, rivalling each other in the richness of their apparel and the beauty of their horses, while the pennons of the knights fluttered above their heads, marking the place of the English chivalry. Next appeared the proud barons of the realm, each with his banner borne before him, and followed by a custrel with the shield of his arms. To these again succeeded the bishops, not in the simple robes of the Protestant clergy, but in the more gorgeous habits of the Church of Rome, while close upon their steps rode the higher nobility, surrounding the immediate person of the king, and offering the most splendid mass of gold and jewels that the summer sun ever shone upon. Slowly the procession moved forward, to allow the line of those on foot to keep an equal pace. Nor did this band offer a less gay and pleasing sight than the cavalcade, for here might be seen the athletic forms of the sturdy English yeomanry, clothed in the various splendid liveries of their several lords, with the family cognizance embroidered on the bosom or the arm, and the banners and banderols of their particular houses carried in the front of each company. Here also was to be seen the picked guard of the King of England, magnificently dressed for the occasion, with the royal banner carried in the centre by the deputy standard-bearer, and the banner of their company by their own ancient. In the rear of all, marshalled by officers appointed for the purpose, came the band of those whose rank did not entitle them to take place in the cavalcade, but who had sufficient interest at court to be admitted to the meeting. Though of an inferior class, this company was not the least splendid in the field, for here were all the wealthy tradesmen of the court, habited in many a rich garment, furnished by the extravagance of those that rode before, and many a gold chain hung round their necks, that not long ago had lain in the purse of some prodigal customer. Thus marched on the procession at a walking pace, with steeds neighing, with trumpets sounding, banners and plumes fluttering in the wind, and gold and jewels sparkling in the sunshine, while loud acclaim and the waving of hats and hands and handkerchiefs from those that stayed behind ushered it forth from the plain of Guisnes. They had ridden on some way, when a horseman spurred up to the spot where the king rode, and doffing his high-plumed hat, bent to his saddle-bow, saying, "My king and my sovereign, I have just been with the French party, and I hold myself bound, as your liege, to inform you that they are at least twice as numerous as we are. Your grace will act as in your wisdom you judge fit, but as a faithful and loving subject, I could not let such knowledge sleep in my bosom." An instant halt took place through the whole cavalcade, and the king for a moment consulted with Wolsey, who rode on his left hand; but Lord Shrewsbury, the Lord Steward, interposed, assuring the king that he had been amongst the French nobles the night before, and that amongst them the same reports prevailed concerning the English. "Therefore, sir," continued he, "if I were worthy to advise, your grace would march forward without hesitation, for sure I am that the French mean no treachery." "We shall follow your advice, Lord Steward," replied the king. "Let us march on." "On before! On before!" cried the heralds at the word. The trumpets again sounded, and the procession, moving forward, very soon reached the brow of the hill that looks into the vale of Andelle. A gentle slope of not more than 300 yards led from the highest part of each of the opposite hills into the centre of the valley, in the midst of which was pitched the most magnificent tent that ever a luxurious imagination devised. The canopy, the walls, the hangings were all of cloth of gold. The posts, the cones, the cords, the tassels, the furniture, were all of the same rare metal. Wherever the eye turned, nothing but that shining ore met its view, so that it required no very brilliant fancy to name it at once, the Field of the Cloth of Gold. On reaching the verge of the descent, the cavalcade spread out, lining the side of the hill for some way down, and facing the line of the valley. Each cavalier placed himself unhesitatingly in the spot assigned him by the officers at arms, while the body of foot was drawn up in array to the left by the captains of the king's guard, so that not the least confusion or tumult took place, and the whole multitude, in perfect order, presented a long and glittering front to the opposite hill, before any of the French party appeared, except a few straggling horsemen sent to keep the ground. As soon as the whole line was formed, and when, by the approaching sound of the French trumpets, it was ascertained that the court of France was not far distant, Henry himself drew out from the ranks, ready to descend to the meeting; and never did a more splendid or more princely monarch present himself before so noble a host. Tall, stately, athletic, with a countenance full of imperial dignity, and mounted on a horse that seemed proudly conscious of the royalty of its rider, Henry rode forward to a small hillock, about 20 yards in advance of his subjects, and halting upon the very edge of the hill, with his attendants grouped behind him, and a clear background of sunny light throwing nil figure out from all the other objects, he offered a subject on which Wouvermans might well have exercised his pencil. Over his wide chest and shoulders he wore a loose vest of cloth of silver, damasked and ribbed with gold. This was plaited and bound tightly towards the waist, while it was held down from the neck by the golden collars of many a princely order, and the broad baldric studded with jewels, to which was suspended his sword. His jewelled hat was also of the same cloth, and in the only representation of this famous meeting that I have met with, which can be relied upon, having been executed at the time, he appears with a vast plume of feathers rising from the left side of his hat, and falling over to his saddle behind. Nor was the horse less splendidly attired than the rider. Its housings, its trappers, its headstall, and its reins were all curiously wrought and embossed with bullion, while 1,000 fanciful ornaments of gold filigree work hung about it in every direction. Behind the king appeared Sir Henry Guilford, master of the horse, leading a spare charger for the monarch, not indeed with any likelihood of the king's using it, but more as a piece of state ornament than anything else, in the same manner as the sword of state was borne by the Marquis of Dorset. A little behind appeared 9 youths of noble family, as the king's henchmen, mounted on beautiful horses trapped with golden scales, and sprinkled throughout their housings with loose bunches of spangles, which, twinkling in the sunshine, gave an inconceivable lightness and brilliancy to their whole appearance. Shortly after this glittering group had taken its station in front of the English line, the first parties of the French nobility began to appear on the opposite hill, and spreading out upon its side, offered a corresponding mass of splendour to that formed by the array of England. Very soon the whole of Francis's court had deployed, and after a pause of a few minutes, during which the two hosts seemed to consider each other with no small admiration, and in profound silence, the trumpets from the French side sounded, and the constable Duke of Bourbon, bearing a naked sword upright, began to descend the hill. Immediately behind him followed the French monarch, superbly arrayed, and mounted on a magnificent Barbary horse, covered from head to foot with gold. Instantly on beholding this, the English trumpets replied, and the Marquis of Dorset, unsheathing the sword of state, moved slowly forward before the king. Henry, having the Lord Cardinal on his left, and followed by his immediate suite, now descended the hill, and arrived in the valley exactly at the same moment as Francis. The 2 sword-bearers who preceded them fell back each to the right of his own sovereign, and the monarchs, spurring forward their highly managed horses, met in the midst and embraced each other on horseback. Difficult and strange as such a manoeuvre may seem, it was performed with ease and grace, both the kings being counted amongst the most skilful horsemen in Europe; and in truth, as the old historian expresses it, it must have been a marvellous, sweet, and goodly sight to see those 2 princes, in the flower of their age, in the height of their strength, and in the dignity of their manly beauty, commanding 2 great nations, that had been so long rivals and enemies, instead of leading hostile armies to desolate and destroy, meet in that peaceful valley, and embrace like brothers in the sight of the choice nobility of either land. 2 grooms and 2 pages, who had followed on foot, now ran to hold the stirrup and the rein, each of his own monarch, and springing to the ground, the kings embraced again; after which, clasped arm in arm, they passed the barrier and entered the golden tent, wherein 2 thrones were raised beneath one canopy. "Henry of England, my dear brother," said the King of France, as soon as they were seated, "thus far have I travelled to see you and do your pleasure, willing to hold you to my heart with brotherly love, and to show you that I am your friend; and surely I believe that you esteem me as I am. The realms that I command, and the powers that I possess, are not small, but if they may ever be of aid to my brother of England, I shall esteem them greater than before." "The greatness of your realm, sir, and the extent of your power," replied Henry, "weigh as nothing in my eyes, compared with your high and princely qualities; and it is to interchange regard with you, and renew in person our promises of love, that I have here passed the seas and come to the very verge of my dominions." With such greetings commenced the interview of the 2 kings, who soon called to them the cardinal, and seating him beside them with much honour, they commanded him to read the articles which he had drawn up for the arrangement and ordering of their future interviews. Wolsey complied, and all that he proposed seemed well to please both the monarchs, till he proceeded to stipulate that when the King of England should go over to the town of Ardres to revel with the Queen and ladies of France, the King of France should at the same time repair to the town of Guisnes, there to be entertained by the Queen of England. At this Francis mused. "Nay, nay, my good cardinal," said he. "Faith, I fear not to trust myself with my brother of England at his good castle of Guisnes, without holding him as a hostage in my court for my safe return; and, marry, I am sure he would put equal confidence in me, though I stayed not in his city till he was on his journey back." "This clause is not inserted, most noble sovereign," replied Wolsey, "from any doubt or suspicion that one gracious king has of the other, for surely all trust and amicable confidence exist between ye. but it is for the satisfaction of the minds of your liege subjects, who, not understanding the true nature of princely friendship, might be filled with black apprehensions, were they to see their monarch confide himself, without warrant of safety, in the power of another nation." "Well, well, my good lord," replied Francis, "let it be. Time will show us." And from that moment he seemed to pay little attention to all the precautionary measures by which the cautious Wolsey proposed to secure the future meetings of the two kings from the least danger to either party. The generous mind of the French monarch revolted at the suspicious policy of the cardinal, and agreeing to anything that the other thought proper, he mentally revolved his own plans for shaming the English monarch and his minister out of their cold and injurious doubts. The arrangement of these articles was the only displeasing circumstance that cast a shadow upon the meeting. All the rest passed in gaiety and joy. A sumptuous banquet was soon placed before them, and various of the nobles of England and France were called to mingle in the royal conversation while the monarchs were at table. In the meanwhile, the two courts and their retainers remained arranged on the opposite sides of the hill, the Englishmen, with their characteristic rigidity, standing each man in his place as immovable as a statue, while the livelier Frenchmen, impatient of doing nothing, soon quitted their ranks, and falling into broken masses, amused themselves as best they might, many of them crossing the valley, and with national facility beginning to make acquaintance with their new allies, nothing repulsed by the blunt reception they met with. Not that the English were inhospitable, for having, as usual, taken good care that no provision should be wanting against the calls of hunger or thirst, they communicated willingly to their neighbours of the comforts they had brought with them, sending over many a flagon of wine and hippocras, much to the consolation of the French, who had taken no such wise precautions against the two great internal enemies. In about an hour the hangings of the tent were drawn back, and the two kings reappeared, ready to separate for the day. The grooms led up the horses, and Francis and Henry, embracing with many professions of amity, mounted and turned their steps each to his several dwelling. The English procession marched back in the same order as it came, and arrived without interruption at the green plain of Guisnes, where Henry, ordering the band of footmen to halt, rode along before them, making them a gay and familiar speech, and bidding them be merry if they loved their king. Shouts and acclamations answered the monarch's speech, and the nobles, joining in his intent, showered their largesse upon their retainers as they followed along the line. The last band that Henry came to was that of the privileged tradesmen of the court, most of whom he recognised, possessing in a high degree that truly royal quality of never forgetting any one he had once known. To each he had some frank, bluff sentence to address, while they, with heads uncapped and bending low, enjoyed with proud hearts the honour of being spoken to by the king, and thought how they could tell it all, their neighbours and gossips, when they got to England. As he rode on, Henry perceived in the second rank a face that he remembered, which, being attached to a very pliable neck, kept bending down with manifold reverences, not unlike the nodding of a mandarin cast in chinaware. "Ha, my good clothier, Jekin Groby!" cried the king. "Come forth, man! What? Come forth, I say!" Jekin Groby rushed forward from behind, knocking on one side the royal honey merchant, and fairly throwing down the household fishmonger who stood before him. Then, casting himself on his knees by the side of the king's horse, he clasped the palms of his hands together, and turned his eyes piteously to the monarch's countenance, exclaiming, "Justice, justice, your grace's worship! If your royal stomach be full of justice, as folks say, give me justice." "Justice!" cried Henry, laughing at the sad and deplorable face poor Jekin thought necessary to assume for the purpose of moving his compassion. "Justice on whom, man, ha? Faith, if any man have done thee wrong, he shall repent it, as I am king. Though, good Jekin, I sent for thee a month ago to furnish cloth for all the household, and thou were not to be found." "Lord's a mercy!" cried Jekin, "and I've missed the job, but it ought all to be put in the bill. Pray, your grace's worship, put it in the bill against that vile Sir Payan Wileton, who kidnapped me on your own royal highway, robbed me of my bagful of angels, and sent me to sea, where I was so sick, your grace. You can't think how sick. And then they beat me with rope's ends, and made me go aloft, and damned me for a landlubber, and a great deal more, all on account of that Sir Payan Wileton." "Ha!" cried the king. "Sir Payan Wileton again! I had forgot him. However, good Jekin, I cannot hear you now. Come to my chamber to-morrow before I rise. Ha, man! Then I will hear you and do you justice, if it be on the highest man in the land. There is my signet. The page will let you in. At 6 o'clock, man, fail not." "I told you so!" cried Jekin, starting upon his feet and looking around him with delight as the king rode away. "I told you he would make that black thief give me back my angels. I knew his noble heart. Lord's a mercy! 'Tis a gracious prince, surely." End of chapter 38. Chapter 39 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 39. "Let some of the guard be ready." Cran. "For me? Must I go like a traitor then?" Shakespeare. And where was Osborne Darnley all this while? Wait a little, dearly beloved, and you shall hear more. It was not yet 5 o'clock in the morning, and a sweet morning it was. The sun had just risen, and, spreading all over the eastern sky, there was that soft, lustrous tint of early light that surely ought to be called hope colour. It promises so many bright moments for the coming day. It was not yet 5 o'clock in the morning when the western sally-port of the castle of Ardres was opened by a little page not higher than my thumb, as the old story-book goes, who looked cautiously about, first to the right and then to the left, to see if anyone was abroad and stirring. But the only person who had risen was the matutinal sun, so that the page could see nothing but the blue sky, and the green fields, and the grey stone walls of the castle, whose great age, like the antiquity of a beggar's coat, had plastered them all over with patches of green and yellow lichens. Having looked to his heart's content, he next listened, but no sound could he hear save the light singing of the lark and the loud snoring of the sentinel on the neighbouring bastion, who, with head propped on his halberd, kept nothing but silent watch, while the vigilant sun, looking over the wall, spied out all the weaknesses of the place. And now, having listened as well as looked, the boy withdrew once more within the walls. He left, however, the door open, and in a few minutes 2 horsemen rode forth, each wrapped up in a large Spanish cloak, with a chaperon, as Fleurange calls it, or, in other words, an immense hood, which covered the whole head, and disguised the person completely. As soon as they were fairly out, the page who had accompanied them so far returned and closed the sally-port, and the 2 travellers cantered lightly over the green to a little wood that lay before the castle. When they were fully concealed by the trees, among which they wound along, following the sinuosities of a little sandy road, wherein 2, but only 2, might ride abreast, they both, as by common consent, threw back their hoods, and letting their cloaks fall upon their horses' croppers, discovered the 2 powerful forms of the good knight Osborne Lord Darnley and Francis I, King of France. "Well, my friend and my deliverer," said the king as they rode on, "'twill go hard, but I will restore you to your king's favour, and even should he remain inexorable, which I will not believe, you must make France your country. We will try to win your fair Constance for you from that suspicious cardinal, of which fear not, for I know a certain way to gain him to anything. And then I see no cause why, in so fair a land as France, and favoured by her king, you may not be as happy as in that little sea-bound spot called England." Before proceeding farther, however, it may be necessary to say a few words concerning the events which had occurred since the knight's courage and skill had saved the king's life from Shoenvelt and his adventurers. One may well imagine what anxiety had reigned amongst the monarch's followers on the forest near Lille, where they found that Francis, after having separated from their party, did not rejoin them on the track appointed for the hunt. Such occurrences, however, having several times happened before, and the king having always returned in safety, they concluded that he and Count William of Furstenberg must have taken the other road to Ayr, and that they would find him there on their arrival. When they did reach that town, their inquiries immediately discovered that the king was missing. The news spread rapidly to the whole court, and soon reached the ears of his mother, the Duchess of Angoulême, who became almost frantic on hearing it, giving him up for lost from that moment, as she had good reasons to believe that Count William entertained designs against his life. Her active spirit it was that first discovered the treachery of the Burgundian, which she had instantly communicated to the king. But the generous mind of Francis refused all credit to the news, and he continued his confidence towards Fürstenberg without the slightest alteration, till at length more certain proofs of his designs were obtained, which induced the monarch to act with that fearless magnanimity which we have seen him display towards his treacherous favourite in the forest of Lillers. Immediately that the king's absence was known, bands of horsemen were sent out in various directions to obtain news of him, but in vain. Convinced by the account of the hunters that he had quitted the wood, and that if he were therein they could not find him by night, they searched in every other place than that in which they were likely to be successful, so that the whole night that Francis spent sleeping tranquilly in the charbonnier's cottage, his guards were out towards Pernay, Fruges, and St. Paul, searching for him without success. When morning came, however, fresh parties were sent off to examine every part of the forest, and it was one of these that came up to the spot not long after the defeat of Schönvelt and his companions. The joy occasioned by the king's safe return was not a little heightened by the danger he had undergone, and every one to whom his life was precious contended who should do most honour to his gallant deliverer. Francis himself knew not what recompense to offer Sir Osborne for the signal service he had rendered him, and, with the delicacy of a truly generous mind, he exacted from him a particular account of his whole life, that he might adapt the gift or honour he wished to confer exactly to the situation of the knight. Darnley understood the motive of the noble-hearted monarch, and told him all without reserve; and Francis, now furnished with the best means of showing his gratitude, resolved not to lose the opportunity. Thus, for the few days that preceded the meeting between Guisnes and Ardres, the king highly distinguished the knight, making him many magnificent presents, called a chapter of the Order of St. Michael, and had him installed in form. But knowing the jealous nature of his own nobles, he offered him no employment in his service, and even when the Constable de Bourbon, who knew and appreciated Darnley's military talents, proposed to the king to give him a company of men-at-arms, as a reward for the great service he had rendered to the whole nation, Francis negatived it at once, saying openly that Lord Darnley was but a visitor at the court of France. Having premised thus much, we will now take up the travellers again at the moment of their entering into the woods near Ardres, through which they passed, conversing over the various circumstances of Sir Osborne's situation. "It is strange," said Francis, as the knight repeated the manner of his dismissal from the English court. "I do not comprehend it. It is impossible that your going there under a feigned name, to win King Henry's favour, should be construed as a crime, and made matter of such strong accusation against you." After musing for a moment, he proceeded: "Do not think I would imply, good knight, that you could be really guilty of any higher offence against your king, but be you sure something has been laid to your charge more than you imagine." "On my honour as a knight," replied Darnley, "I have accused myself to your highness of the worst crimes upon my conscience, as if your grace were my confessor; though I will own that it appears to me also most strange and inexplicable. I have heard, indeed, that the Lord Cardinal never suffers any one to be too near the king's regard, and that if he sees any especial favour shown, he is sure to find some accusation against his object; but I can hardly believe that so great a man would debase himself to be a false accuser." I know not," answered Francis quickly. "There is no one so jealous as a favourite, and what will not jealousy do? My diadem against a Spanish crown," he continued laughingly, referring to his contention with the Emperor Charles. "Henry of England knows you are under no other name than that of Sir Osborne Maurice. However, I will be polite, and know the whole before I speak. Do you put your honour in my hands, and will you abide by what I shall undertake for you?" "Most willingly, your highness," replied the knight. "Whatever you say for me, that will I maintain, on horseback or on foot, with sword or lance, as long as my life do hold." Thus conversing they rode on, following the windings of the woody lane in which they were, till the forest, skirting on to the north-west of Ardres, opened out before the plain of Guisnes. As soon as the castle and town were in sight, the French monarch put his horse into a quick pace, saying with a smile to Sir Osborne, "Your prudent Wolsey and my good brother Henry will be much surprised to see me in their castle alone, after all their grave precautions. By heaven, did kingly dignity imply suspicion of all the world like theirs, I would throw away my crown and feed my mother's sheep." The night after the first meeting of the kings, Henry had retired to sleep in the fortress, rather than in his palace without the walls, part of which, comprising his private apartments, had been found insecure, from the hurry in which it had been built. Of this circumstance the King of France had been informed by some of his court, who had passed their evening at Guisnes, and it was therefore to the castle that he turned his rein. Passing amidst the tents, in most of which Somnus still held undisturbed dominion, Francis and Sir Osborne galloped up to the drawbridge, on which an early party of the guard were sunning themselves in the morning light, some looking idly over into the moat, some gazing with half-closed eyes towards the sky, some playing at an antique and classical game with mutton bones, while the captain stood by the portcullis, rubbing his hands and enjoying the sweetness of the morning. No sooner did Francis perceive them than, drawing his sword, he galloped in amongst them, crying, "Rendez-vous, messieurs, rendez-vous! La place est à moi!" At first the archers scattered back confused, and some had their hands on their short swords; but several, who had seen the king the day before, almost instantly recognised him, and the cry became general of "The King of France! The King of France!" In the meantime, Francis rode up to the captain, and putting his sword's point to the officer's throat, "Yield!" cried he, "rescue or no rescue, or you are a dead man." I yield, my lord," cried the captain, entering into the king's humour, and bending his knee, "rescue or no rescue, I yield myself your grace's prisoner." "A castle soon taken," cried Francis, turning to Sir Osborne. "Now," added he to the officer, "since the place is mine, lead me to the chamber of my good brother, the King of England." "His grace is at present asleep," replied the captain, hesitating. "If your highness will repose yourself in the great hall, he shall be informed instantly of your presence." "No, no," cried the king, "show me to his chamber. Nothing will serve me but that I will sound his réveillé myself. Come, Darnley." And springing from his horse, he followed the officer, who, now forced to obey, led him into the castle, and up the grand staircase towards the king's bedchamber. All was silence as they went. Henry and the whole court had revelled late the night before, so that few even of the serving men had thought fit to quit their truckle beds so early in the morning. A single page, however, was to be seen as they entered a long corridor, which took up one whole side of the large square tower in the centre of the castle. He was standing before a door at the farther extremity, and to him the captain pointed. "The king's anteroom, your highness, is where you see that page," said he, "and let me beg your gracious forgiveness if I leave you here, for, indeed, I dare conduct you no farther." "Go, go," cried the king good humouredly. "I will find it now myself. You, Darnley, stay here. I doubt not soon to send for you with good news." With his sword still drawn in his hand, the king now advanced to the page, who, seeing a stranger come forward with so menacing an air, might have entertained some fears, had he not beheld the captain of the guard conduct him thither. Not at all knowing the person of Francis, however, as he had not been present at the meeting of the kings, he closed the door to the anteroom, which had before been open behind him, and placing himself in the way, prepared to oppose the entrance of any one. "Which is the chamber of my brother, the King of England?" demanded Francis as he came up. But the page, not understanding a word of French, only shook his head, keeping his back at the same time, firmly against the door, thinking that it was some wild French lord who knew not what was due to royalty. "It is the King of France," said Sir Osborne, advancing as he beheld the page's embarrassment. "Let him pass. It is the King of France." The page stared and hesitated, but Francis, taking him by the shoulder, twisted him round as he had been a child, and, opening the door, passed in. The page immediately closed it again, putting himself before the knight, whose face he now remembered. "I must not let your worship in," said he, thinking Sir Osborne wished to follow the monarch. "The King of France, of course, I dared not stop, but it is as much as my life is worth to suffer any one else to pass." "I seek not to enter, good Master Snell," said the knight. "Unless his grace sends for me, I shall not intrude myself on his royal presence." This said, with busy thoughts he began to walk up and down the gallery, and the page, presently after, retiring into the antechamber, left him for the first time to his own contemplations. Much subject had the knight for thought, though it was of that nature that profited not, for little signified it, as it seemed, how much soever he took counsel with himself. His fate was in the hands of others, and beyond his power to influence or determine. He could not help musing, however, over all the turns which his fortune had taken within the brief space of the last 3 months, and strangely mingled were his sensations on finding himself, at the end of the review, standing there once more within the precincts of the court of England, from which he had been driven hardly 15 days before. 1,000 collateral ideas also presented themselves to his mind, suggesting 1,000 doubts and fears for those he loved best. What had become of Constance de Grey, he asked himself, and though never had her image for one moment left his mind in his wanderings, though it had been his companion in the journey, his solace in his waking hours, his dream by night, and his object in every thought and hope, still there was something in being amongst those objects, and near those beings, amidst whom he had been accustomed to see her, that rendered his anxiety about her more impatient, and he would have given no small sum for the presence of one of the newsmongers of the court, those empty, idle beings always to be found near the presence of princes, who, like scavengers' carts, make themselves the common receptacles for all the drift of the palace, and, hurrying on from one to another, at once receive and spatter forth the rakings of all kennels as they go along. Time, ever long to those who wait, seemed doubly long to Sir Osborne, to whom so much was in suspense, and so little bustle and activity did there seem in the castle, that he began to fancy its denizens must have had their eyes touched with Hermes' wand to make them sleep so soundly. He walked up and down the corridor, he gazed out of the window into the courtyard, he listened for every opening door, but it was all in vain. No one came. Could Francis have forgotten him? He asked himself at last, and then he thought how quickly from the light memories of the great pass away the sorrows or the welfare of their fellow creatures. How hardly they can remember, and how happily they can forget. But no, he would not believe it. If ever man was renowned for that best and rarest quality of a great man, a heedful remembrance of those who served him, a thoughtful care of those he esteemed, it was Francis of France, and Darnley would not believe that in his case he had forgotten. Still no one came, though the various noises and the bustle he began to hear in distant parts of the building announced that the world was more awake than when he arrived, yet the corridor in which he was seemed more deserted than ever. At first it was nearly vacant, a few listless soldiers being its only occupants, but soon there was opened on the other side a door which communicated with a sort of barrack, situated near the chapel in the inner ballium, and from this proceeded a troop of soldiers and officers at arms, with 1 or 2 persons mingled amongst them that Sir Osborne imagined to be prisoners. The height at which he was placed above them prevented his perceiving whether this was certainly the case, or seeing their faces, for all that he could discern was the foreshortened figures of the soldiers and sergeants at arms, distinguished from the others by their official habiliments, and passing along, surrounded by the rest, some persons in darker attire, round whom the guard appeared to keep with vigilant care. An instant brought them to the archway just beneath the spot where he stood, and they were then lost to sight. The castle clock struck 7, but so slowly did the hammer fall upon the bell, he thought it would never have done. He now heard a sound of much speaking not far off, and thought that surely it was Francis taking leave of the King of England. But suddenly it ceased, and all was again silence. Taking patience to his aid, he recommenced his perambulations, and for another quarter of an hour walked up and down the corridor, hearing still, as he passed the door of the anteroom, a low and indistinct murmuring, which might be either the page speaking in a subdued tone to some person therein, or some other voices conversing much more loudly in the chamber beyond. The knight's feelings were wound up in the highest pitch of impatience, when suddenly a deep groan, and then a heavy fall, met his ear. He paused, listened, and could plainly distinguish a door within open, and various voices speaking quick and high, some in French, some in English, but among them was to be heard distinctly the tongue of Henry and that of Francis, though what they said was not sufficiently audible to be comprehended. His curiosity, as may be conceived, was not a little excited, but satisfied of the safety of the two kings, and fearful of being suspected of eavesdropping if any one came forth, he once more crossed his arms upon his breast, and began pacing backwards and forwards as before. A few minutes more elapsed in silence, but at length, when he was at the farther extremity of the corridor, he heard the door of the antechamber open, and, turning round, perceived a sergeant-at-arms, followed by 4 halberdiers, come forth from within and advance towards him. Sir Osborne turned and met them, when the guard drew up across the passage, and the officer stepped forward. "Sir Osborne Darnley," said he, "commonly called Lord Darnley, I arrest you for high treason in the name of Henry VIII, King of England and France, and Lord of Ireland, and charge you to surrender to his warrant." The astonishment of Sir Osborne may more easily be conceived than described. The first appearance of the halberdiers had struck him as strange, and their drawing up across his path might have been some warning, but still he was not at all prepared. Trusting to the protection of the French king, who had virtually rendered himself responsible for his safety, he had never dreamed of danger, and for a moment or two he stood in silent surprise, till the sergeant demanded, "Do you surrender, my lord?" Of course," replied the knight, "though I will own that this has fallen upon me unexpectedly. Prithee, good sergeant, if thou knowest, tell me how this has come about, for to me it is inexplicable." "In truth, my lord, I know nothing," replied the officer, "though I believe that the whole arose from something that happened this morning in his grace's bedchamber. I was sent for by the back staircase, and received orders to attach you here. It is an unpleasant duty, my lord, but one which we are too often called to perform. I can, therefore, but beg your forgiveness, and say that you must come with me." Sir Osborne followed in silence, meditating more than ever over his strange fate. His hopes had again been buoyed up, again to be cast down in a more cruel manner than before. There was not now a shade of doubt left. Whatever he was accused of was aimed at him under his real name, and it was evident from the unremitted persecution which he suffered, that Wolsey, or whosoever it was that thus pursued him, was resolved on accomplishing his destruction by all or any means. That Wolsey was the originator of the whole he could not doubt, and the virulence of his jealousy was too well known to hope that justice or clemency would be shown where his enmity had been incurred. However, thought the knight, at last I can but die. I have fronted death 100 times in the battlefield, and I will not shrink from him now. But to die as a traitor was bitter. He who had never been aught but loyal and true. Yet still his conscious innocence, he thought, would rob the block and axe of their worst horror. The proud knowledge that he had acted well in every relationship of life, to his king, to his country, to those he loved. Then came the thought of Constance de Grey, in all her summer beauty, and all her gentle loveliness, and all her sweet smiles. Was he never to see them again? To be cut off from all those kind sympathies he had felt, to go down into the cold, dark grave where they could reach him never more. It was too much. While these thoughts were busy in his bosom, the sergeant-at-arms led him down the great staircase, and across the hall on the ground floor of the castle. Then, opening a door to the right, he entered into a long, narrow passage, but scantily lighted, that terminated in another spiral staircase, down which one of the soldiers, who had procured a lamp in the hall, proceeded first to light them. Sir Osborne followed in silence, though his heart somewhat burned at the idea of being committed to a dungeon. Arrived at the bottom of the steps, several doors presented themselves, and seeing the sergeant examining a large bunch of keys, with whose various marks he did not seem very well acquainted, the knight could not refrain from demanding if it were by the king's command that he was about to give him such a lodging. "No, my lord," replied the sergeant, "the king did not direct me to place you in a dungeon, but I must secure your lordship's person till such time as the horses are ready to convey you to Calais, and every other place in the castle, but that where I am going to put you, is full." "Well, sir," replied the knight, "only beware of what treatment you do show me, lest you may be sorry for it hereafter." "Indeed, my lord," answered the man, with a good-natured smile, rarely met with on the faces of his brethren, "I should be very sorry to make your lordship any way uncomfortable; and if you will give me your word of honour, as a knight, neither to escape nor to make any attempt to escape while you are there, I will lock you up in the chapel of the new palace, which is empty enough, God knows, and for half an hour you will be as well there as anywhere else, better than in a dungeon, certainly." The knight readily gave his promise, and the sergeant, after examining the keys again, without better success than before, began to try them, one after another, upon a small iron door in the wall, saying that they could get out that way to the chapel. One of them at length fitted the lock, and the two enormous bolts and an iron bar being removed, the door was swung back, giving egress from the body of the fortress into a long lightsome passage, where the full sun shone through a long row of windows on each side, while the gilded pillars and the enamelled ornaments round the windows, the rich arras hanging between them, and the fine carpet spread over the floor, formed a strange and magical contrast with the place they had just quitted, with its rough, damp stone walls, its dark and gloomy passages, and the massy rudeness of all its features. "This is the passage made for his grace, between the palace and the castle," said the sergeant-at-arms. "Let us haste on, my lord, for fear he should chance to come along it." Proceeding onwards, catching every now and then a glance at the gay scene of tents without, as they passed the different windows, the officer conducted his prisoner to the end of the passage, where they found a door on either hand, and opening that to the left, he ushered the knight into the beautiful little building that had been constructed as a temporary chapel for the court while inhabiting the palace before Guisnes. "I know, my lord," said the officer, "that I may trust to your knightly word, and promise not to make any attempt to escape; for I must not even leave a guard at the door, lest his grace the king should pass, and find that I have put you here, which might move his anger. I therefore leave you for a while, reposing full confidence in your honour, and will take care to have the horses prepared, and be back again before the hour of mass." Thus saying, he ascertained that the other door was fastened, and left Sir Osborne in the chapel, taking heed, notwithstanding his professions of reliance, to turn the key upon him as he went out. It matters little whether it be a palace or a dungeon wherein he passes the few last hours of life, to the prisoner condemned to die, unless he possesses one of those happy spirits that can, by the aid of external objects, abstract their thoughts from all that is painful in their fate. If he do, indeed, the things around may give him some relief. So, however, could not Darnley; and in point of any mental ease, he might just as well have been in the lowest dungeon of the castle as in the splendid oratory where he now was. Yet feeling how fruitless was the contemplation of his situation, how little but pain he could derive from thought, and how unnerving to all his energies was the memory of Constance de Grey, under the unhappy circumstances of the present, he strove not to think, and gazed around him to divert his mind from his wayward fortunes by occupying it with the glittering things around. Indeed, as far as splendour went, that chapel might have vied with anything that ever was devised. In length it was about 50 feet, and though built of wood, its architecture was in that style which we are accustomed to call Gothic. Nothing, however, of the mere walls appeared, for from the roof to the ground it was hung with cloth of gold, over which fell various festoons of silk, breaking the straight lines of the hangings. To the right and left Sir Osborne remarked 2 magnificent closets, appropriated, as he supposed, to the use of the king and queen, where the same costly stuff that lined the rest of the building was further enriched by a thick embroidery of precious stones, which also had its particular altar, loaded, besides the pyx, the crucifix, and the candlesticks, with 12 large images of gold, and a crowd of other ornaments. Sir Osborne advanced and fixed his eyes upon all the splendid things that were there called in to give pomp and majesty to the worship of the Most High, but he felt more strongly than ever at that moment how it was all in vain, and that the small calm tabernacle of the heart is that wherein man may offer up the fittest prayer to his Maker. Kneeling, however, on the step of the altar, he addressed his petitions to heaven. He would not pray to be delivered from danger, for that he thought cowardly, but he prayed that God would establish his innocence and his honour, that God would protect and bless those that he loved, and, if it were the Almighty's will, he should fall before his enemies, that God would be a support to his father and a shield to Constance de Grey. Then, rising from his knee, Darnley found that his heart was lightened, and that he could look upon his future fate with far more calmness than before. At that moment the sound of trumpets and clarions met his ear from a distance. Gradually it swelled nearer and more near, with gay and martial tones, and approached close to where he was, while shouts and acclamations, and loud and laughing voices, mingled with the music, strangely at discord with all that was passing in his heart. Presently it grew fainter, and then ceased, though still he thought he could hear the roar of the distant multitude, and now and then a shout. But in a few minutes these also ceased, and, crossing his arms upon his breast, he waited till the sergeant-at-arms should come to convey him to Calais, to prison, perhaps ultimately to death. In a few minutes some distant steps were heard. They came nearer, nearer still. The key was turned in the lock, and the door opened. End of chapter 39. Chapter 40 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 40. With shame and sorrow filled, shame for his folly, sorrow out of time, for plotting an unprofitable crime. Dryden. We must once more take our readers back, if it be but for the space of a couple of hours, and introduce them into the bedchamber of a king, a place, we believe, as yet sacred from the sacrilegious foot of any novelist. In the castle of Guisnes then, and in the sleeping room of Henry VIII, King of England, stood exactly opposite the window a large square bed, covered with a rich coverlet of arras, which, hanging down on each side, swept the floor with its golden fringe. High overhead, attached to the wall, was a broad and curiously wrought canopy, whereupon the laborious needle of some British Penelope had traced, with threads of gold, the rare and curious history of that famous knight, Alexander the Great, who was there represented with lance in rest, dressed in a suit of Almain rivet armour, overthrowing King Darius, who, for his part, being in a mighty fright, was whacking on his clumsy elephant with his sceptre, while the son of Philip, with more effect, appeared pricking him up under the ribs with the point of his spear. In one corner of the chamber, ranged in fair and goodly order, were to be seen several golden lavers and ewers, together with fine diapers and other implements for washing, while hard by was an open closet filled with linen and plate of various kinds, with several Venice glasses, a mirror, and a bottle of scented waters. In addition to these pieces of furniture appeared 4 wooden settles of carved oak, which, with 2 large, rich chairs of ivory and gold, made up, at that day, the furniture of a king's bedchamber. The square lattice window was half open, letting in the sweet breath of the summer morning upon Henry himself, who, with his head half covered with a black velvet nightcap, embroidered with gold, still lay in bed, supporting himself on his elbow, and listening to a long detail of grievances poured forth from the rotund mouth of honest Jekin Groby, who, by the king's command, encumbered with his weighty bulk one of the ivory chairs by the royal bedside. Somewhat proud of having had a lord for the companion of his perils, the worthy clothier enlarged mightily upon the seizure of himself and Lord Darnley by Sir Payan Wileton, seasoning his discourse pretty thickly with "my lord did, and my lord said," but omitting altogether to mention him by the name of Sir Osborne, thinking it would be a degradation to his high companionship to do so; though, had he done so but once, it would have saved many of the misfortunes that afterwards befell. Henry heard him calmly, till he related the threats which Sir Payan held out to his prisoner, in that interview of which Jekin had been an unperceived witness. Then, starting up, "Mother of God!" cried the king, "what has become of the young gallant? Where is he? Man? Now, heaven defend us, the base traitor has not murdered him, "Lord a mercy, you've kicked all the clothes off your grace's worship," cried Jekin. "Let me kiver you up. You'll catch a malplexy, you will." "God's life, answer me, man!" cried Henry. "What has become of the good Lord Osborne Darnley, "Bless your grace, that's just what I cannot tell you," replied Jekin, "for I never saw him after we got out." "Send for the traitor, have him brought instantly," exclaimed the king. "See who knocks. Let no one in. Who dares knock so loud at my chamber door?" Proceeding round the king's bed, Jekin opened the door, against which some one had been thumping with very little ceremony. But in a moment the valiant clothier started back, exclaiming, "Lord's a mercy! It's a great man with a drawn sword." "A drawn sword!" cried Henry, starting up and snatching his own weapon, which lay beside him. But at that moment Francis ran in, and, holding his blade over the king, commanded him to surrender. "I yield, I yield!" exclaimed Henry, delighted with the jest. "Now, by my life, my good brother of France, thou hast shown me the best turn ever prince showed another. I yield me your prisoner, and, as sign of my faith, I beg you to accept this jewel." So saying, he took from his pillow, where it had been laid the night before, a rich bracelet of emeralds, and clasped it on the French king's arm. "I receive it willingly," answered Francis; "but for my love and amity, and also as my prisoner, you must wear this chain;" and, unclasping a jewelled collar from his neck, he laid it down beside the English monarch. Many were the civilities and reciprocations of friendly speeches that now ensued, and Henry, about to rise, would fain have called an attendant to assist him, but Francis took the office on himself. "Come, I will be your valet for this morning," said he. "No one but I shall give you your shirt, for I have come over alone to beg some boons of you." "They are granted from this moment," replied Henry. "But do you say you came alone? Do you mean unattended?" "With but one faithful friend," answered the French king; "one who not a week ago saved my life by the valour of his arm. 'Tis the best knight that ever charged a lance, and the noblest heart. He is your subject, too." "Mine!" cried Henry, with some surprise. "How is he called? What is his name? Say, France, and we will love him for his service to you." "First, hear how he did serve me," replied Francis; and while the English monarch threaded the intricate mazes of the toilet, he narrated the whole of his adventure with Shoenvelt, which not a little interested Henry, the knight errantry of whose disposition took fire at the vivid recital of the French king, and almost made him fancy himself on the spot. "A gallant knight!" cried he at length, as the King of France detailed the exploits of Sir Osborne. "A most gallant knight, on my life! But say, my brother, what is his name? Slife, man, let us hear it. I long to know him." "His name," replied Francis, with an indifferent tone, but at the same time fixing his eyes on Henry's face, to see what effect his answer would produce, "his name is Sir Osborne Maurice." a cloud came over the countenance of the English king. "Ha!" said he, thoughtfully, jealous perhaps in some degree that the splendid chivalrous qualities of the young knight should be transferred to the court of France. "It is like him, it is very like him. For courage and for feats of arms, I, who have seen many good knights, have rarely seen his equal. Pity it is that he should be a traitor." "Nay, nay, my good brother of England," answered Francis, "I will avouch him no traitor, but of unimpeachable loyalty. All I regret is, that his love for your noble person, and for the court of England, should make him wish to quit me. But to the point. My first boon regards him. He seeks not to return to your royal favour with honour stained and faith doubtful, but he claims your gracious permission to defy his enemies, and to prove their falsehood with his arm. If they be men, let them meet him in the fair field. If they be women or churchmen, lame, or in any way incompetent according to the law of arms, let them have a champion, the best in France or England. To regain your favour and to prove his innocence, he will defy them, be they who they may, and here at your feet I lay down his gage of battle, so confident in his faith and worth, that I myself will be his godfather in the fight. He waits here in the corridor to know your royal pleasure." Henry thought for a moment. He was not at all willing that the court of Francis, already renowned for its chivalry, should possess still another knight of so much prowess and skill as he could not but admit in Sir Osborne. Yet the accusations that had been laid against him, and which nobody who considers them, the letter of the Duke of Buckingham and the evidence of Wilson the bailiff, can deny were plausible, still rankled in the king's mind, notwithstanding the partial explanation which Lady Katrine Bulmer had afforded respecting the knight's influence with the Rochester rioters. Remembering, however, that the whole or greater part of the information which Wolsey had laid before him had been obtained, either directly or indirectly, from Sir Payan Wileton, he at length replied, "By my faith, I know not what to say. It is not wise to take the sword from the hand of the law, and trust to private valour to maintain public justice, more than we can avoid. But you, my royal brother, shall in the present case decide. The accusations against this Sir Osborne Maurice are many and heavy, but principally resting on the testimonies produced by a certain wealthy and powerful knight, one Sir Payan Wileton, who, though in other respects most assuredly a base and disloyal villain, can have no enmity against Sir Osborne, and no interest in seeking his ruin. Last night, by my order, this Sir Payan was brought hither from Calais, on the accusations of that good fool," pointing to Jekin Groby. "You comprehend enough of our hard English tongue to hear him examined yourself, and thus you shall judge. If you find that there is cause to suspect Sir Payan and his witnesses, though it be but in having given the slightest colour of falsehood to their testimony, let Sir Osborne's arm decide his quarrel against the other knight. But if their evidence be clear and indubitable, you shall yield him to be judged by the English law. What say you? Is it not just?" The King of France at once agreed to the proposal, and Henry turned to Jekin, who had stood by, listening with his mouth open, wonderfully edified at hearing the two kings converse, though he understood not a word of the language in which they spoke. "Fly to the page, man," cried the king. "Tell him to bid those who have Sir Payan Wileton in custody bring him hither instantly by the back staircase. But first send to the Reverend Lord Cardinal, requiring his counsel in the king's chamber. Haste, dally not, I say. I would have them here directly." Jekin hurried to obey, and after he had delivered the order, returned to the king's chamber, where Henry, while he completed the adjustment of his apparel, related to Francis the nature of the accusation against Sir Osborne, and the proofs that had been adduced of it. The King of France, however, with a mind less susceptible of suspicion, would not believe a word of it, maintaining that the witnesses were suborned, and that the letter was a forgery. He contended it would most certainly appear that Sir Payan had some deep interest in the ruin of the knight. The sound of many steps in the antechamber soon announced that some one had arrived. "Quick!" cried Henry to Jekin Groby. "Get behind the arras, good Jekin. After we have dispatched this first business, I would ask the traitor some questions before he sees thee. Ensconce thee, man, ensconce thee quick." At the king's command, poor Jekin lifted up the corner of the arras by the side of the bed, and hid himself behind; and though a considerable space existed between the hangings and the wall, the worthy clothier having, as we have hinted, several very protuberant contours in his person, his figure was somewhat discernible still, swelling out the stomach of King Solomon and the hip of the Queen of Sheba, who were represented in the tapestry as if one was crooked and the other had the dropsy. Scarcely was he concealed when the page threw open the door, and Cardinal Wolsey entered in haste, somewhat surprised at being called to the king's chamber at so early an hour. But the sight of the French king sufficiently explained the summons, and he advanced, bending low, with a proud affectation of humility. "God bless and shield your graces both," said he. "I feared some evil by this early call, but now I find the occasion was one of joy. I do not regret the haste that apprehension gave me." "Still we have business, my good Wolsey," replied Henry, "and of some moment. My brother of France here espouses much the cause of the Sir Osborne Maurice who lately sojourned at the court, and won the goodwill of all, both by his feats of arms and his high-born and noble demeanour, who, on the accusations given against him to you, Lord Cardinal, by Sir Payne Rainsford, was banished from the court, nay, judged worthy of attachment for treason." The king, in addressing Wolsey, instead of speaking in French, which had been the language used between him and Francis, had returned to his native tongue, and good Jekin Groby, hearing what passed concerning Sir Osborne Maurice, was seized with an intolerable desire to have his say too. "Lord a mercy!" cried he, popping his head from behind the tapestry. "Your grace's worship don't know—" "Silence!" cried Henry, in a voice that made poor Jekin shrink into nothing. "Said I not to stay there, huh?" The worthy clothier drew back his head behind the arras, like a frightened tortoise retracting its noddle within the shelter of its shell; and Henry proceeded to explain to Wolsey in French what had passed between himself and Francis. The cardinal was, at that moment, striving hard for the King of France's favour, nor was his resentment towards Sir Payan at all abated, though the arrangements of the first meeting between the kings had hitherto delayed its effects. Thus all at first seemed favourable to Sir Osborne, and the minister himself began to soften the evidence against him, when Sir Payan, escorted by a party of archers and a serjeant-at-arms, was conducted into the king's chamber. The guard drew up across the door of the anteroom, and the knight, with a pale but determined countenance, and a firm heavy step, advanced into the centre of the room, and made his obeisance to the kings. Henry, now dressed, drew forward one of the ivory chairs for Francis, and the serjeant hastened to place the other by its side for the British monarch. When, both being seated, with Wolsey by their side, the whole group would have formed as strange but powerful a picture as ever employed the pencil of an artist. The two magnificent monarchs, in the pride of their youth and greatness, somewhat shadowed by the eastern wall of the room; the grand and dignified form of the cardinal, with his countenance full of thought and mind; the stern, determined aspect of Sir Payan, his whole figure possessing that sort of rigidity indicative of a violent and continued mental effort, with the full light streaming harshly through the open casement upon his pale cheek and haggard eye, and passing on to the king's bed, and the dressing robe he had cast off upon it, showing the strange scene in which Henry's impetuosity had caused such a conclave to be held. These objects formed the foreground, while the serjeant-at-arms standing behind the prisoner, and the guard drawn up across the doorway, completed the picture; till, gliding in between the arches, the strange figure of Sir Cesar the astrologer, with his cheeks sunken and livid, and his eye lighted up by a kind of wild maniacal fire, entered the room, and, taking a place close on the right hand of Henry, added a new and curious feature to the already extraordinary scene. "Sir Payan Wileton," said Sir Henry, "many and grievous are the crimes laid to your charge, and of which your own conscience must accuse you as loudly as the living voices of your fellow subjects. At least, so by the evidence brought forward against you, it appears to us at this moment. Most of these charges we shall leave to be investigated by the common course of law, but there are some points touching which, if they involve our own personal conduct and direction, we shall question you ourselves, to which questions we charge you, on your allegiance, to answer truly and without concealment." "To your grace's questions," replied Sir Payan boldly, "I will answer for your pleasure, though I recognise here no established court of law. But first I will say that the crimes charged against me ought to be heavier than I, in my innocence, believe them, to justify the rigour with which I have been treated." An ominous frown gathered on the king's brow. "Ha!" cried he, forgetting the calm dignity with which he had at first addressed the knight. "No established court of law! Thou sayest well. We have not the power to question thee. Ha! Who then is the king? Who is the head of all magistrates? Who holds in his hand the power of all the law? By our crown, we have a mind to assemble such a court of law as within this half hour shall have thy head struck off upon the green." Sir Payan was silent, and Wolsey replied to the latter part of what he had said with somewhat more calmness than Henry had done to the former. "You have been treated, sir," said he, "with not more rigour than you merited, nor with more than is justified by the usual current of the law. It is on affidavit before me, as Chancellor of this kingdom, that you both instigated and aided the Lady Constance de Grey, a ward of court, to fly from the protection and government of the law, and therefore attachment issued against your person, and you stand committed for contempt. You had better, sir, sue for grace and pardon, than aggravate your offence by such unbecoming demeanour." "Thou hast said well and wisely, my good Wolsey," joined in the king, whose heat had somewhat subsided. "Standing thus reproved, Sir Payan Wileton, answer touching the charges you have brought against one Sir Osborne Maurice, and if you speak truly to our satisfaction, you shall have favour and lenity at our hands. Say, sir, do you still hold to that accusation?" "All I have to reply to your grace," answered the knight, resolved, even if he fell himself, to work out his hatred against Sir Osborne, with that vindictive rancour that the injurer always feels towards the injured. "All that I have to reply is, that what I said was true, and that if I had stated all that I suspected, as well as what I knew, I should have made his treason look much blacker than it does even now." "Do you understand, France?" demanded Henry, turning to Francis. "Shall I translate his answers to show you his true meaning?" The King of France, however, signified that he comprehended perfectly, and Sir Payan, after a moment's thought, proceeded. "I should suppose your grace could have no doubt left upon that traitor's guilt, for the charge against him rests, not on my testimony, but upon the witness of various indifferent persons, and upon papers in the handwriting of his friends and abettors." "Villain!" muttered Sir Cesar between his teeth. "Hypocritical, snake-like villain!" Both the king and Sir Payan heard him, but Henry merely raised his hand, as if commanding silence, while the eyes of the traitorous knight flashed a momentary fire as they met the glance of the old man, and he proceeded: "I had no interest, your grace, in disclosing the plot I did, though had I done wisely, I would have held my peace, for it will make many my enemies, even many more than I dreamed of then. I have since discovered that I then only knew one half of those that are implicated. I know them all now," he continued, fixing his eye on Sir Cesar; "but as I find what reward follows honesty, I shall bury the whole within my own breast." "On these points, sir, we will leave our law to deal with you," replied Henry. "There are punishments for those that conceal treason, and, by my halidame, no favour shall you find in us, unless you make a free and full confession. Then our grace may touch you, but not else. But to the present question, my bold sir, did you ever see Sir Osborne Maurice before the day that he was arrested by your order on the charge of having excited the Cornishmen to revolt? And before God we enjoin you, say, are you excited against him by feelings of interest, hatred, or revenge?" "On my life," replied Sir Payan boldly, "I never saw him but on that one day, and as I hope for salvation in heaven," and here he made a hypocritical grimace of piety, "I have no one reason but pure honesty to accuse him of these crimes." A low groan burst from behind the tapestry at his reply, and Henry gave an angry glance towards the worthy clothier's place of concealment. But Francis, calling back his attention, begged him to ask the knight in English whether he had ever known Sir Osborne Maurice by any other name, or in any other character. Sir Cesar's eyes sparkled, and Sir Payan's cheek turned pale, as Henry put the question, but he boldly replied, "Never, so heaven help me, I never saw him, or heard of him, or knew him, by any other name than Osborne Maurice." "Oh, you villainous great liar! Oh, you hypocritical thief!" shouted Jekin Groby, darting out from behind the tapestry, unable to contain himself any longer. I don't care a groat for any one, but I won't hear you tell his grace's worship such a string of lies, all as fat and as well tacked together as Christmas sausages. Lord a mercy, I'll tell your graces, both of you, how it was, for you don't know, that's clear. This here Sir Osborne Maurice, that you are asking about, is neither more nor less than Lord Darnley, that I was telling your grace of this morning. Lord, now didn't I hear him tell that sweet young lady, Mistress Constance de Grey, all about it? How he could not bear to live any longer abroad in these foreign parts, and how he had come back under the name of Sir Osborne Maurice, all for to get your grace's love as an adventurous knight. And then didn't that Sir Payan, yes, you great thief, you did, for I heard you, didn't he come and crow over him and say that now he had got him in his power, and then didn't he offer to let him go if he would sign some papers? And then, when he would not, didn't he swear a great oath that he would murder him, saying he would make his tenure good by the extinction of the race of Darnley? You did, you great rogue, you know you did. And, Lord a mercy, to think of your going about to tell his grace such lies, your own king too, who should never hear anything but the truth. God forgive you, and you're a great sinner, and the devils will never keep company with you when you go to purgatory, but will kick you out into the other place, which is worse still, folks say. And now I humbly beg your grace's pardon, and I will go back again, if you like, behind the hangings. But I couldn't bear to hear him cheat you like that." The sudden appearance of Jekin Groby and the light he cast upon the subject threw the whole party into momentary confusion. Sir Payan's resolution abandoned him, his knees shook, and his very lips grew pale. Sir Cesar gazed upon him with triumphant eyes, exclaiming, "Die, die! What hast thou left but to die?" At the same time Wolsey questioned Jekin Groby, who told the same straightforward tale, and Henry explained the whole to Francis, whose comprehension of the English tongue did not quite comprise the jargon of the worthy clothier. Sir Payan Wileton, however, resolved to make one last despairing effort, both to save himself and to ruin his enemies, for the diabolical spirit of revenge was as deeply implanted in his bosom as that of self-preservation. He thought then for a moment, glanced rapidly over his situation, and cast himself on his knee before the king. "Great and noble monarch," said he, in a slow, impressive voice, "I own my fault, I acknowledge my crime, but it is not such as you think it. Hear me but out, and you yourself shall judge whether you will grant me mercy or show me rigour. I confess, then, that I had entered as deeply as others into the treasonable plot I had betrayed against your throne and life, nay, more, that I would never have divulged it, had I not found that the Lord Darnley had, under the name of Sir Osborne Maurice, become the Duke of Buckingham's chief agent, and was to be rewarded by the restitution of Chilham Castle, for which some vague indemnity was proposed to me hereafter. On hearing it, I dissembled my resentment, and pretending to enter more heartily than ever into the scheme, I found that the ambitious duke reckoned as his chief hope, in case of war, on the skill and chivalry of this Lord Darnley, who promised by his hand to seat him on the throne. I learned, moreover, the names of all the conspirators, amongst whom that old man is one." And he pointed to Sir Cesar, who gazed upon him with a smile of contempt and scorn, whose intensity had something of sublime. "Thirsting for revenge," proceeded Sir Payan, "and with my heart full of rage, I commanded 4 of my servants to stop the private courier of the duke, when I knew he was charged with letters concerning this Sir Osborne Maurice, and thus I obtained those papers I placed in the hands of my Lord Cardinal." "But how shall we know they are not forgeries?" cried Henry. "Your honour, sir, is so gone, and your testimony so suspicious, that we may well suppose those letters cunning imitations of the good duke's hand. We have heard of such things, ay, marry, we have." "Herein, happily, your grace can satisfy yourself and prove my truth," replied Sir Payan. "Send for the servants whose names I will give, examine them, and put them to the torture if you will. And if you wring not from them that, on the 29th of March, they stopped, by my command, the courier of the Duke of Buckingham, and took from him his bag of letters, condemn me to the stake. But mark me, King of England, I kneel before you pleading for life. Grant it to me, with but my own hereditary property, and Buckingham, with all the many traitors that are now aiming at your life and striving for your crown, shall fall into your hand, and you shall have full evidence against them. I will instantly disclose all the names, and give you proof against their chief, that tomorrow you can reward his treason with the axe, not fear to be called unjust. But if you refuse me your royal promise, sacredly given here before your brother king, to yield me life and liberty and lands, as soon as I have fulfilled my word, I will go to my death in silence like the wolf, and never will you be able to prove anything against them. For that letter is nothing without my testimony to point it aright." "You are bold," said Henry. "You are very bold. But our subjects' good and the peace of our country may weigh with us. What think you, Wolsey?" And for a moment or two he consulted in a low tone with the cardinal and the King of France. "I believe, my liege," said Wolsey, whose hatred towards Buckingham was of the blindest virulence, "I believe that your grace will never be able to prove his treasons on the duke without this man's help. Perhaps you had better promise." Francis bit his lip and was silent; but Henry, turning to Sir Payan, replied, "The tranquillity of our realm and the happiness of our people overcome our hatred of your crimes, and therefore we promise, that if by your evidence treason worthy of death be proved upon Edward Duke of Buckingham, you shall be free in life, in person, and in lands." "Never!" cried the voice of Sir Cesar, mounting into a tone of thunder. "Never!" And springing forward, he caught Sir Payan by the throat, grappled with him but for an instant, with a maniacal vigour, and drawing the small dagger he always carried, plunged it into the heart of the knight, with such force that one might have heard the blow of the hilt against his ribs. The whole was done in a moment, before any one was aware, and the red blood and the dark spirit rushing forth together, with a loud groan the traitor fell prone upon the ground, while Sir Cesar, without a moment's pause, turned the dagger against his own bosom, and drove it in up to the very haft. Wolsey drew back in horror and affright. Francis and Henry started up, laying their hands upon their swords. Jekin Groby crept behind the arras, and the guards rushed in to seize the slayer. But Sir Cesar waved them back with the proud and dignified air of one who feels that earthly power has over him no further sway. "What fear ye?" said he, turning to the kings, and still holding the poniard tight against his bosom, as if to restrain the spirit from breathing forth through the wound. "There is no offence in the dead or in the dying. Hear me, King of England, and hear the truth, which thou wouldst never have heard from that false caitiff. Yet I have little time. The last moments of existence speed with fast wings towards another shore. Give me a seat, for I am faint." They instantly placed for him one of the settles, and after gazing around for a moment with that sort of painful vacancy of eye that speaks how the brain reels, he made an effort, and went on, though less coherently. "All he has said is false. I am on the brink of another world, and I say it is false as the hell to which he is gone. Osborne Darnley, the good, the noble, and the true, the son of my best and oldest friend, knew of no plot, heard of no treason. He was in England but 2 days when he fell into that traitor's hands. He never saw Buckingham but once. The Osborne Maurice named in the duke's letter is not he, one far less worthy." "Who then is he?" cried the king impatiently. "Give me to know him, if you would have me believe. Never did I hear of such a name but in years long past, and a better of Perkin Warbeck.
Who then is this Sir Osborne Maurice, ha? Mother of God, name him. I, King of England, cried the old man. I, who, had he been guided by me, would have taught King Richard of England, whom you style Perkin Warbeck, to wrench the sceptre from the hand of your usurping father. I, whose child was murdered by that dead traitor in cold blood after the rout at Taunton. I it was who predicted to Edward Bohun that his head should be highest in the realm of England. I it is who predict it still. As he spoke the last words, the old man suddenly drew forth the blade of the dagger from his breast, upon which a full stream of blood instantly gushed forth and deluged the ground. Still struggling with the departing spirit, he started on his feet, put his hand to his brow. I come, cried he, reeled, shuddered, and fell dead beside his enemy. End of chapter 40. Chapter 41 of Darnley by G.P.R. James. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 41. They all, as glad as birds of joyous prime, thence led her forth about her dancing round. Spenser. The bustle, the confusion, the clamour, the questions, and the explanations that ensued, we shall leave the reader to imagine, satisfied that his vivid fancy will do far more justice to such a scene than our worn-out pen. When the bodies of Sir Payan Wileton and his companion in death had been removed from the chamber of the king, and some sand strewed about the ground to cover the gory memories that such deeds had left behind, order and tranquillity began to regain their dominion. "By my faith, a bloody morning's entertainment have we had," said Francis. "But you are happy, my good brother of England, in having traitors that will thus dispatch each other, and cheat the headsman of his due. However, from what I have gathered, Osborne Darnley, the Knight of Burgundy, can no longer seem a traitor in the eyes of any one." "No, truly, my gracious lord," replied Wolsey, willing to pleasure the King of France. "He stands freed from all spot or blemish, and well deserves the kingly love of either noble monarch." "'Slife, my good Lord Cardinal," cried Henry, "speak for yourself alone. Now, I say, on my soul, he is still a most deep and egregious traitor, not only, like that Sir Payan Wileton, in having planned his treason, but in having executed it." "Nay, how so?" cried Francis, startled at this new charge. "In what is he a traitor now?" "In having aided Francis, King of France," replied Henry, smiling, "to storm our castle of Guisnes, and take his liege lord and sovereign prisoner." "Oh, if that be the case," cried Francis, "I give him up to your royal indignation. But still we have a boon to ask, which our gracious brother will not refuse." "Name it," exclaimed Henry. "By St. Mary, it shall go to pay our ransom, whatever it be." "You have in your court," replied Francis, "one Lady Constance de Grey, who, though your born subject, is no less vassal to the crown of France, owing homage for the counties of Boissy and the Val de Marne, assured to your late subject, the Lord de Grey by Charles VIII., when he gave him in marriage Constance, Countess of Boissy, as a reward for services rendered in Italy." "We see your object, O most Christian king!" cried Henry, laughing. "We see your object. What a messenger of Cupid you are! Well, have your wish. We give her to your highness so to dispose of her as you may think fit, but at the same time claim Lord Osborne Darnley at your hand to punish according to his demerits. What say you, ha?" "Agreed," replied the King of France. "He awaits me, as I said, even now, in the corridor without, and doubtless thinks I sue for him in vain. Those guards must have passed him in the corridor." No, they came the other way," cried Henry. "Ho, without there, sergeant at arms, take 4 stout halberdiers, and, going into the west corridor, attach me for high treason the Lord Osborne Darnley, whom you will there find waiting. Hist! Hear me, man. Use him with all gentleness. We do but jest with him, and make some fair excuse to shut him up in one of the chambers of the new palace. The nearer to the great hall, the better. Away, make speed, and above all return quick, and let me know where you have put him. But take heed, and let him not see that we mock him. Haste." My good Lord Cardinal," he continued, turning to Wolsey, "though it be an unmeet task for one of your grave dignity to bear a message to a lady, yet on this day of joy, when our good brother Francis comes here to greet us in brotherly love, even wise men shall forget their seriousness, and be as gay as boys. Hie then, good Wolsey, to our Lady Queen. Tell her to call all the fair flowers of England round about her in our great hall, to welcome Francis of France, and that I will be there immediately upon your steps." The cardinal bowed low, and instantly obeyed, and Henry proceeded in whispering consultation with Francis till the return of the sergeant at arms. Then, turning to the worthy clothier, who, when he found all the killing and slaying was over, had come out from behind the arras to enjoy the air of royalty, "Come, good Jekin," cried Henry, "now a task for thee. Hark, man!" And he whispered something to honest Groby, who instantly replied, "Lord a mercy, yes, your grace, I know Wilson Goldsmith well. I'll go to him directly. No trouble in life. Lord, I guess how it's going to be. Well, I'm vastly glad, I do declare. Lord's a mercy, I hope your grace's worship will let me be there." "Ay, man, ay," cried the king. "Make speed and come with him. Ho, Snell, give me a gown of tissue. Bid the guard be ready. We will cross the green to the palace. Let the marshals be called to clear the way." In a very few minutes all was prepared, and as the two kings were descending the grand staircase of the castle, news was brought that a band of French nobles, anxious for the safety of their king, had come over from Ardres at all speed to seek him. Francis sent his commands that they should dismount in the court, and on issuing out of the castle, the monarch found a splendid party of the English and French nobility mingled together, waiting to give them the good morrow. "Ha, Alençon! What fear you, man?" cried the King of France. "We are all safe. Sir Richard Heartley, look not for Lord Darnley. He is in security. Follow, and you will see him presently." "Gentlemen all, you are most welcome," said Henry. "Follow us, all that love us, to our poor palace here without, and we shall make you better cheer, where ladies' words shall replace this summer air, and their sweet looks the sunshine. Sound on before." The trumpets sounded, and the ushers and marshals clearing the way for the two kings, they passed out of the castle gate and traversed the green on foot, amidst the shouts and acclamations of the crowd that the arrival of the French nobles, together with the various rumours of something extraordinary having happened, had collected in the neighbourhood of the royal lodging. Arm in arm with Francis, Henry, delighting with ostentatious magnificence to show himself to the people, passed round to the front of the palace, and entering the court which we have already described, he proceeded at once to the great hall, called the Hall of the Cloth of Silver, to which, on the announcement of his intentions by Wolsey, the queen had hastily summoned all the elect of the court. On the entrance of the kings, with all the train of noblemen who had followed them, a temporary confusion ensued, while Francis was presented to the Queen of England, and Henry whispered to her a few brief hints of what had taken place. "Room, room, lords and ladies," cried he at length. "Let us have space." "There would not be space enough for him in the world, if he had his will," whispered Lady Katrine Bulmer to Constance de Grey, who stood by her side, unwillingly appearing in such a meeting. "On my life, Constance, his eye is fixed upon us. Now, what would I give to be king, if it were but to outstare him?" "The Lady Constance de Grey," said Henry, in a loud tone. "We would speak with the Lady de Grey." "Nay, speak gently," said the queen. "Good my lord, you will frighten her. Constance, come hither to the queen, your friend." With a pale cheek and a beating heart, Constance advanced to the side of the queen, and bending her eyes upon the ground, awaited in silence, not daring to look around. "Fear not, fair one," said Henry. "We are not angry, but only sorry to lose you. Here is our noble brother, Francis of France, claims you as his vassal at our hands." Constance looked up, and saw the King of France's eye bent on her with a smile that gave her courage. "Now, notwithstanding the great love we bear him," continued Henry, "we might have resisted his demand, inasmuch as you are our born subject, had you not shown some slight perverseness against our repeated commands. We therefore must and will resign you into his hands, unless you instantly agree to receive such lord to be your husband
as we shall judge fitting for your rank and station." "Oh, no, no, my lord!" cried Constance, clasping her hands, and forgetting, in her fear of fresh persecution, the crowd by which she was surrounded. "Force me not, I beseech your grace, to wed against my will." "You see," said Henry, turning to the King of France, "you see the lady is headstrong. Take her, my good brother, I give her up to you. There, sweetheart, is your lord and sovereign. See if you can obey him better." Francis took the fair girl by the hand, and bending down his head, said in a kindly tone, "Lady, fear not. Lift up your eyes and tell me if there is one in all this circle you would make your choice." "No, indeed, my lord," faltered forth Constance, without looking round. "All I ask is to be left in peace." "If you have ever seen anyone to whom you could give your heart, tell me," said Francis. Constance was silent. "Then I am to judge that you have not," continued the king, "so I will choose for you." Constance raised her eyes with a supplicating look; but Francis's face was turned towards Henry, who, with a laughing glance, had taken the queen by the hand, and was leading her towards one of the doors. "Come, we must follow," cried Francis. "Lord Cardinal, we shall need your company." Constance gazed round with doubt and apprehension, but Francis led her forward immediately after the King and Queen of England, whispering as they went, "Fear not, sweet lady, you are with a friend who knows all." The whole court followed along one of the splendid galleries of the palace, preceded by Henry and Catherine, who stopped, however, before a door, from before which a page held back the hangings, and "Here," said the King of England, putting a key into Francis's hand, "here you take precedence. This is the cage, and here is the fetter maker," pointing to a respectable looking merchant in a long furred robe, who stood with Jekin Groby in a niche hard by. More and more confused, not knowing what to fear or what to believe, the very uncertainty made Constance's heart sink more than actual danger would have done. But still the King of France led her forward, even before Queen Catherine, and putting the key in the lock, threw open the door and drew her gently in, when the first object that met her sight was Osborne Darnley, with his arms folded on his breast, standing before the high altar of a splendid chapel. Her heart beat, her eyes grew dim, her brain reeled, and she would have fallen fainting to the ground, but Darnley started forward and clasped her to his heart. "Nay, nay, this is too much," cried the queen, advancing. "See, the poor girl faints. My good lord, indeed this must not be to-day. It has been too much for her already. Some day before the two courts part, we will pray my good lord cardinal to speak a blessing on their love. Bear her to the sacristy, Sir Osborne. Katrine Bulmer, giddy namesake, help your friend, while I pray their graces both to return into the hall." End of chapter 41. End of Darnley by George Payne Rainsford James.